and they were blocking. They said this technology includes a jammer. When I was looking into all this, people talking about frequencies to jam their system, I didn't realize that the V2K part of this, which is some sort of microwave transmission, radio wave, would jam up other things. So I didn't know that in order for me to keep my cell phone working when this thing is working, I would have to move out of the beam. So for me, like I'm going to close my room door because there's a TV on in another room. For me, it's like if you're standing in something, say you're standing at a certain place, then suddenly you move out of that place, you get better, they just said the word reception, but you get a better signal on your phone. So if I'm, say, for example, I was sitting over here, which you guys can't see, so that doesn't make a lot of sense to you, but I'm sitting in this location. If I move towards my bed, you'll hear the sound. That was just me brushing up against something and rubbing my feet together. Oh, you'll hear the sound different, but also it wouldn't keep logging in and out. So I did like a nighttime live so that you guys can hear that weird computer-like sound that makes my voice sound like a computer, which goes back to when they were saying, oh, your voice sounds like, now they said I mispronounced it, but you know that those like Siri type of voices, that's a real person. That's part of why I'm like, don't you guys know that was a real woman whose voice they use? So when they're trying to say like it sounds computerish, it was really a real person's voice, which goes back to this whole thing of making money off other people. I saw a really good interview they did on one of the people whose voices they used originally. And they were like, well, did you know that your voice was going to end up being used for these, what is that thing called? I can't remember what these things are called. And she was like, no, a lot of them were voice actors. They go for an interview or an audition. They get paid one job, and next minute their voices are used for other things, which goes back to what I'm talking about. I just went back to the location I was before. It goes back to what I'm talking about. If people can abuse you and take advantage of you and use you to make money, it should be illegal. This is definitely illegal. The moment I went to put this on live, because I was yelling, because they kept talking as I'm trying to write. You know how when you're trying to write, you have to think. So they're suggesting what I say next, and they don't understand that if you make a suggestion, and I have a whole playlist of their suggestions, which include breaking the law many, many, many times, then you have to be responsible. It's like if you go to anyone, this is part of what I'm saying. They're the hypocrites that I say they are. If I go to someone and say, what should I do in this case? When something goes wrong, I can say, well, I went to this person said I should do this, and that's where I got this information from. Even if it's not like, if you don't go to an expert or someone who has who specializes in it, you can say, well, when someone says, what made you do such and such, you would say, well, the voices told me. That would mean you're crazy. And what I'm trying to do on this channel is say, no, you aren't. Because if you're going through this, there are voices telling you these things. And when people say, I did it because the voices told me, I'm trying to say, yes, they do tell these things. So they were arguing with me that I need to use more active sentences. And that means I wasn't a good writer. I was a good writer. I've been writing in school, out of school, all sorts of places I've written. You cannot you cannot only use active sentences. You have to use some passive sentences. It's the variety and knowing how and when to use those sentences. So every sentence they would have me write would sound like this. I went to bed. I woke up. it will always sound that way. So when they say I use I a lot, because they're like, oh, you use I a lot, that's an active sentence. They don't even someone said this is so something true. You if you're gonna criticize someone, know why your criticism is wrong, for number one, and two, why if you're going to criticize something you advised, you're proving my point. If every sentence I speak is active and I don't use enough passive sentences, it would include I a lot. So when you complain that I say I a lot, well, then you've contradicted what you've said, that I should use more active sentences. This is the point. If I want the world to know that the voices are real and they're actual people who are giving people bad advice and not accepting responsibility when it goes wrong. This is different. Here's why this is crazy. It's crazy because now the people want to accept responsibility for what I've done in my life in the form of me acknowledging that they were helping me this way. Okay, let me rephrase that. The voices that used to drive everyone crazy and are driving me crazy now want me to give them credit for being the voices that helped me achieve what I've achieved in life. That's the crazy part. Now, I know that sounds confusing. Trust me, it took me a long time to understand this. How you can do the wrong thing and stay quiet when people get in trouble and say, no, the voices told me. And then it's like those voices are fake, they're crazy. But when I'm doing my thing, you suddenly say, you are the voices that have been talking to other people who became crazy. And you want me to give you credit for the things I've accomplished because you were actually helping me. And I look crazy. So do you understand what this is happening? What's happening here? I'm looking crazy with them helping me right now. Do you think that people will believe that they've been helping me for the last 40, 50 years? Well, I've been looking crazy since about 2016. You mean to tell me people are gonna think for 42 years these people were helping me and I didn't look crazy, but suddenly when everyone knows they're involved in my life, and I look crazy, people are going to say, well, they must have been helping you the other 42 years, but the last decade, they're helping you and people know it and you look crazy. It wouldn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. That's why when you say it out loud, it's like, that doesn't make any sense, does it? So what does make sense is that these people got caught with the voices. They didn't want to accept that they hurt so many people. By lying and saying that people are mentally ill who heard them when they weren't. And some other people have been documenting this for so long that I'm finding videos, even YouTube videos from years ago talking about this. So it wasn't just the fact that people, talked about it, they wrote about it, they've done so much research about it. It's even people on YouTube talked about this and they never came forward and said, yes, we are the voices. Suddenly I'm doing stuff in my life and they're like, we're the voices. We've been helping her. This is someone we've helped. Look over here. She's right here. We've helped her. Why do I think they did it? I think they got caught doing this technology on people. And since so many other people went mentally ill, had horrible things happen to them, they decided to say, well, this is one person who didn't go through that, until they got involved in my life and started doing the voices. Once they got involved and started doing the voices, I did go through it. So this is my point. This seems like this is a technology used, and it wasn't used on me all the time. They're saying, well, maybe on this date they used it, maybe on that date they used it, maybe here we used it, maybe there we used it. And I'm trying to get them to say, give me proof. The proof they're giving me isn't right. So why this is so important to me is because this is how they were going to make money. It seems like the people who do the voices then take advantage of the victims who hear the voices. So it's not just like, okay, you get a suggestion from them. and then you do it and it doesn't work out, and then they get something from it. Maybe they rob you, maybe you sign something and you lose your house, you lose your car, or you have to move away from the voices, so you lost whatever security you had on your apartment. Then you go to another place where they happen to be, and then you have to put a security down on that, or maybe you can't keep up anymore because you've been labeled mentally ill, and everything starts to go wrong for you. So you're just spending money over, every day you need to spend more and more money just to live. So they make money off that. Never come forward and say, we're the voices. The next way they make money is when they give you these suggestions. It's usually connected to them in some way. Like, it's not just go to a store, it's go to this specific thing, or contact this specific person. At one point they said to me, I should get in touch with them. So that would automatically put me right back with the people doing this. But I wouldn't know that they were doing this because, like I said, I didn't understand any of this until this happened like this. So they said the reason this really got bad for me is because I was no longer in touch with any of them doing these voices. So then they just said right now, so that means you knew who was involved. Not initially, they were just voices. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is how, when they got caught, it became, why are they telling that story? That would be a story that so-and-so would know, or so-and-so would tell. Why? They said I heard their voices. It's, you hear their voices too if you're responding to me. I don't understand. Are we really going to pretend that this isn't a communication system? If I'm talking to you, it's like, say if this were a radio and I'm talking to the radio, no one responds. You are responding to me. So you clearly hear me and I clearly hear you, and we're communicating with each other. It's not just a radio signal or transmission, it's a communication system. So they said something else. So when you have people who appear mentally ill seeming to argue, you start to say, well, who are they arguing with? You look around, you don't see anyone. But in this case, since it's a communication system and other people can hear it, it's no longer just a radio transmission. It's how did they make it so that they could seem like they're talking to me and I could seem like I'm talking to them. They just moaned something. For me, that sounds like a moan. It's like a deeper sound than just the loud sound. So they said something, I don't know what they just said. So it's not just a radio signal, it's a transmission where they're transmitting what I'm saying out and they're transmitting something they're saying in. And what I'm saying about this is, in order to afford this, they have to make money some way. So taking credit for my work and putting me on references or resumes, or just saying we're part of Cup Jar Productions when they aren't, would give them a way of making money. It would also give them a way of being able to say, they just said what they were doing with their time. Well, I would think that if you had a real world life, not the voices life, that would be better, because you could actually put that on your resume. There's no real way to put the voices on your resume and say, I'm the person who sends a radio transmission into someone's apartment against their consent and harasses them. So that goes to the harassment part where we talk about stalking and gang stalking people. If you have a radio transmission, you can have multiple people on that transmission talking. No one would know who they are until however this worked and the voices were out loud. And in different ways, we all speak in a different way. So it's like they said they were cloning at one point my voice, which is a crime. And when they were doing the voice cloning, they would call people and try to involve me in harassing them. But everybody knows I'm not interested in that. So they tried to lie and say, oh, yeah, at one point you were. No, I'm not. So the next part of this transmission is, how do you pick it up if it sounds different and it doesn't sound like it's loud, like out loud. They found a way, and no one's ever been able to do a video showing it, where they found a device that will transmit the sounds and the talking. So if it involves some sort of transmission, it needs something that transmits it. So in order to do this, they started just putting it started being picked up on devices in my apartment. Like the TV started picking it up, a radio started picking it up. They started yelling it out the window. They started putting it on speakers. So they started to transmit it out loud in order for me to hear it, which means I never had the ability to hear it. Even with their microwave hearing thing, I couldn't hear it. So they had to actually transmit the sound, which goes to now, how do you pay people for that? How do you pay people for transmitting sounds? So suddenly, in my case, this became absolute chaos. People yelling out the window. I have a video they always talk about where you hear them yelling my name out loud. So how do you then pay for that? Well, you pay for it by the dirty stuff they do, dirtier than this. You pay for it by having me like call up different people, paying for different things. They started breaking things in my apartment, making laser marks. I've shown you repeatedly, like the marks on the table, the marks on another table I have, the marks on my body. You pay for it by having me go to the doctor, getting too sick to talk, to work, and then I have to go to therapy, then I have to do this to go back to just being normal. So I'm going to pause this for 1 second. Okay, so the whole point is, if I'm going to move to a different place. So the whole point is, if in order for this to be a radio transmission, so they can hear me and respond to what I'm doing and saying, they put in technology, they made me sick with the technology. So if you're gonna acknowledge that you were doing this, you have to acknowledge that you made me sick. So when that happened, then suddenly, well, we weren't doing the voices. You're crazy. There are no voices. So you went from wanting to take credit for what I was doing to now saying I'm crazy and I'm not. You're not doing it, when everyone still sees and hears and knows you're doing it because you made a mistake. No, excuse me. Some of you may have made a mistake, but others knew exactly what this technology would do to me. I think, they said something I can't hear, but I think when they start to talk, it gets that weird computer sound. I think the people who didn't know and made a mistake couldn't accept that they made a mistake, which goes back to what I'm saying about the voices. So if the voices don't get it right, and the people who are their victims don't get it right, they don't say anything. But when they get it right, they expect to get credit for it. And what I'm telling the voices is that you need to take credit and responsibility for making me sick. Some of you may not have known this causes these illnesses, but I think a lot of them did know. So do I think some of them made a mistake? Yes. But do I think the majority of people did not make a mistake? Yes. I think the majority of people did not make a mistake. I think they did it intentionally. So they just said something. They always do something. You see how they use those phrases? Like if they say they always or never, then it's not a problem. The moment I say it, they're going to say, I'm going to find one exception to make you wrong. So I would have to change the way I speak just to interact with this radio transmission. So suddenly they wanted to clone me, which is wrong also. But suddenly you're not cloning me, you're cloning yourselves. And that's how they were going to make it seem like I was going along with the voices, which goes back to what? The voices don't want to take responsibility when victims listen to them. When people listen to the voices, something will go wrong. It has to go wrong. And they won't say anything. If you're doing the right thing and your life is good before the voices, and then the voices start and everything goes wrong for you, then they're responsible. They don't want to make that. Someone said cognitive leap. Okay. So they don't want to do that. So what this becomes is not me talking to you. It's us talking to you. It's them jumping in, blurting stuff out, them interfering with my internet so that all of a sudden it goes off and then I have to go. So I have to do more work to include the voices. It's like I end up having to work harder all the time. These people are doing this. So when they're trying to say how much they hate me, something in me goes, I end up having to work harder. I always have to clean up after them. Do I think that was a mistake? No, I think that's part of this. Meaning the person who was like, my smoke detector just flashed. That red flash. Whenever this technology is used, it starts to flash like that because it interferes with, I think, the signal even in the smoke detector. So anyway, someone said all these years. Someone just said all these years. So think about it like this. If in order for them to make money off me, I have to work so much harder than I normally would have to. I have to change the way I speak. Then I have to find a location where I can use the internet. Then I get sick and then I have to go to therapy and run around and then I look mentally ill. Is that a mistake? No. So whoever wants to argue that I'm saying you made a mistake, you have to argue the next point, which is that was me working harder to deal with this situation also a mistake? So once we start talking about, well, how do you make money off that? It's easy to see. I all of a sudden have to spend more money. I have to move. I have to buy new technology. Did you guys remember what I showed you? I had an iPhone, an iPad, Android, another Android, a laptop, a desktop, and all of it had a problem. Suddenly, oh, and someone reminded me, and remember the Amazon tablet? Yeah, and every device has a problem. It's constant spending money. It's constant working harder. I have thousands of videos, thousands still not monetized. My subscriber, I get thousands of comments and likes. Thank you to every single one of you. I'm still under 1,000 subscribers. So I have to work so much harder just to get to a point where I'm there. Whereas before all this, I was there before. So then they'll say, well, no, you started to sabotage me. I'm talking to them. So you see how this radio transmission happens? So I'm talking to you, then they argue with me. Then in order to argue with them, I end up stop talking to you and argue with them. So they're upset that my videos sound that way. They sound that way because you keep interrupting the conversation. So I have to keep working harder. So when they were like, well, now they're worried, that's another thing. They said their voices provide worries. So my butt is on where I put my face. See, I probably wouldn't even care, but they do. So this whole point is about things that they worry about, things that they think about, which I now have to work harder to deal with. So it's like, instead of me just functioning on and doing what I normally do, they're now going to say, well, in high school, you didn't do that. Yes, I did. Like you know, this is, they say, oh, aren't you worried you're going to sound vain? How can I sound vain if someone's arguing with me saying I didn't do something that I know I did? Is that my voice? No, that's not my head. That's not my thoughts. So the point of synthetic telepathy is supposed to be what you would think. But I'm dealing with people who are too narcissistic to even get to that point. We got to the argument stage. So now they've come up with a way of trying to create synthetic telepathy by suggesting things right before they happen, or suggesting I say something. So if, say, for example, I'm about to say the word the, they're going to say at the same time, the. So that it seems like they led me to say the word the. But if most people, like if we had a choice, what's the next word I'm going to say? And everyone says the, then it's not synthetic telepathy. That isn't what synthetic telepathy is supposed to be. It's supposed to be what I'm thinking, so that the voices sound like it could be coming from me. Where I put my butt on my bed would not come from me. If I'm the one, if I put my butt here, then I wasn't concerned where my butt was going. You are concerned where my butt is going, not you, them. That, you get what I'm saying? So automatically it's like, who's concerned about my butt? They are. Who's concerned about my underwear? It's in the book. They are. I'm not concerned about any of those things. So they're like, that makes me like dirty. Again, you hear how this seems to be people with absolutely zero cleanness in them, in terms of anything that's clean about them, are concerned that I will look dirty if I'm not showering. But this goes back to what I'm saying, how I would have to work twice as hard to just be normal, which goes back to the mental illness. If people who are under this program system appear mentally ill, it's because they can't keep fighting to seem normal anymore. You get to a point where you just can't keep fighting to be normal under this. If it's normal to get up in the morning, feeling decent, taking a shower, going out to work, which I did before for decades, until they made me sick, either by mistake or intentionally. Then when I'm home and I'm not showering and getting up and going out to work, that's normal. But for them, that would make me less than normal. So according to them, I have to stay up all night. I'm up so many hours arguing with them, recording them, documenting things, proving things. I'm supposed to get up at a certain time. This is how nasty they were. They were like, get your ass up. Get your ass up. Get her ass up. And get in a shower, not go to work, not have anything to do. Once I started doing YouTube videos and taking time to do crafting and so forth, which brought me back to a level of being normal, then they jump on that. We're the ones suggesting this. We're the ones giving her the ideas. I've been doing this for years. So once I get to a level where I'm kind of normal, suddenly there it goes again. So you would have to be extraordinary in order to go through this and be normal. So when you're talking about, well, what becomes normal when you're going through this? Not sleeping becomes normal. Arguing about everything becomes normal. Having strangers record you becomes normal. Having your devices hacked becomes normal. Spending money you don't have to begin with becomes normal. Running around trying to get someone to believe you becomes normal. So what then happens to your normal life? It goes. You lose it. You lose your normal life. They're talking about that. This is something that other victims talked about, but I didn't understand until they started telling me. They sexually harass you when you're sleeping. So they target your genital area. I thought they were targeting it just to make it throb. Like your genital area starts to swell. And it starts, when something's swollen, like when you have a headache and your head throbs, that's what happens in that area. They started playing the radio transmission out loud, talking about that as it's happening to me. So for me, they said to humiliate me. Again, when does that hit the normal point? What about that is normal? So what ends up happening is if you don't shower and you just like wipe down and, do other things, it doesn't work anymore. That's how I have to survive this. So it's like all of a sudden then the water helps with the microwave thermal expansion, and it swells, it contracts, swell, contract. So when you don't shower, it doesn't happen. So in order to just be at a normal point where my body isn't throbbing in certain locations, I can't do something that I normally would do. So in order to be normal, I have to do something that's abnormal, like create 37 or combine it with the other channel. I'm almost at 3,800 videos, which is abnormal. But they also were cutting my videos off, which meant I had to load multiple clips, So again, it's this idea that something happened when they started doing this. Something changed in my life. So back to the sexual part. So they admitted that they create videos of pornography. They admit that. I've been talking about this for a while, but they admit it. So one particular thing is they said when I meet a man, which goes to show I'm not a lesbian because they don't create these lesbian videos. They create heterosexual man videos. And I like him. They create like porn videos based on it. Even if I haven't had like sex with a guy or whatever, it's just like they create porn for me that I don't see, but they watch. Normal, not normal. I should do like a whole thing of that. Normal, not normal. That's not normal. So I become the cover for their pornography. I become the way they figured out to make money off me. So my mom and I talk about like television shows and actors and things like that. We were talking about an actor who's he's a soap opera actor, but he did like a nighttime show at one point. I'm not going to say who. He's such a good actor. So suddenly it becomes, I want to have sex with him. I'm thinking about they came up with a whole thing about him, and that they're gonna call him up and ask him what he thinks about me, show him my videos, a whole fantasy world based on me. And I'm like, I would never have even gotten to that point mentally. So it's not my synthetic telepathy. Like mentally, I wouldn't have even connected that together. So it becomes like, where did that come from? It came from them. It became how they think. It's not based on what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is, boy, he's such a good actor. My mom and I are talking about it. So it's not like, they try to just say, oh, I seem like I was into him, Then why are we talking about it like this? You see how everything goes from normal to not normal quickly. So normal is, this is a great actor. We've been watching him now for decades. I don't want to say who he is, but he's been around for decades. And that's how good an actor he is. Meaning he didn't have a career where he was just, no, he's been a talented actor for decades. So now I'm obsessed with this man and I'm thinking about having sex with him. That goes quickly to abnormal. But going back to what I'm saying about how this is supposed to make me look that way, is suddenly I'm supposed to start talking to you in the middle of my story about this actor. And when I'm talking to you about the actor, it's like, why would I have jumped from just, he's a really good actor, my mom and I had a conversation about him, which they were using this surveillance to pick up, to them creating porn videos with him in it. Disgusting. So we're talking about normal and not normal. So if the voices want credit, take credit for the not normal stuff that you've done. So what they were saying is, they said something in college, like when I was in college, they used to try to do this. And they were like, we moved next to you in the apartment next to you. There was no apartment on one side. It's similar to this building, but not the same. But I wasn't living here at the time. And when they were talking, they said when they were doing these dreams, they were basing it on my old apartment. They didn't base it on this apartment because they couldn't get inside to see it. So when they lied and tried to say it was an Italian man who was involved in this, I knew it was a lie because they admitted it. And I'm like, why do they always blame the Italians? It's like they always blame the Italians. The Italian man who they're referring to would not have messed up the apartments. And it's sad to me that that's how, going from normal to abnormal, like normal to not normal so fast. Someone who had nothing to do with any of this gets blamed, which is not normal. Whereas they can't accept that you would have gotten the apartments right if the person you're blaming had been involved. So what they said, they were using what they do is they film inside a person's home, which probably explains why they have to break in. So there's the not normal part of this. So they have to break in because they start to film things in your apartment, and then they start to make videos based on it. But I think they also do that, they said, for the sensing. I don't know if it's for the Wi-Fi sensing, because again, they have to be close to you, which they admit they are. So they admit they were close to my apartment in college when I was in college, but they also admit they're close here. So what they do is they come into your apartment, they film different things. And so that then when they create these dreams, it could seem like it's happening in your apartment, and it messes with your mental health, because you start to go crazy, because even if you don't see the dreams, they're talking about it. So they're able to say, you have such and such over here. You're walking towards your blah, blah, blah. Oh, now you're touching that lamp, or you're touching that such and such. So when they couldn't get into my apartment, they said the dreams were like based on the old apartment. which they could get into. So they just said something. They just said my name. So what they do is they keep calling his name like over and over and over again. And they said, this is how they do it. Meaning you could be walking down the street and you hear your name being called. They call my name a lot. They call a lot of really, really famous people's names. So if you're walking down the street and you hear like a famous person's name being called, it's probably these voices. They admitted also. Wait, what did they just say? Wait, I'm gonna wait for a second so that they said, finally. Would that be my mind? My synthetic telepathy? No. They're like, finally, she keeps talking over us. That's my glasses. Oh, okay. I understand what they said. When they said, finally, they said I wouldn't have that same attitude with blah, blah, blah. So that's how they are supposed to. That's a predatory tactic. So in order to, they said, this blows my mind. In order to make a victim feel like, how do you prey upon someone? Well, if you think it's a person, like, I'm going to use a different actor because they just brought up this other actor and I don't want to bring him up anymore. I'm going to use a different actor. If you think it's this really hot guy who you've seen in movies, you would be like, they just said, oh, I don't think that guy's really hot. Again. Anyway, so if you think this is a really hot guy, well, you wouldn't say finally you wouldn't say finally that way if he said it. But the really hot guy, if it's my fantasy, wouldn't say that. Don't you guys get it? Like in synthetic telepathy, if it's my mind and he's a really hot guy, he wouldn't go, finally. If he said that, he wouldn't be my guy anymore. Don't you guys understand how they normal, abnormal, or normal, not normal? So normal would be, I'm having the fantasy about the guy. He's not going to go, finally. He's not going to do that. But not normal is their fantasy that they can now use my YouTube channel to have me stay quiet, record them, and they can send messages. And who they want to see the video, they'll say, watch this video. Go to such and such's channel, watch this video, because they could get the message. So what they couldn't talk about on the phone or some other, way because they could get caught, they could just watch my video, say the message, and the other person can say it. So someone said, wow. So for example, let's go to the fantasy part, which I find normal, but without their abnormal thing. And I'll use it as an example. So you have this actor who you find very attractive. They said, why can't it be a regular person? Because a regular person would be regular. An actor you don't actually meet, so he's a fantasy. They said, this blows our mind. Okay, so like the regular person, you know what I mean? Like you would meet the person, he's like a regular person. But the actor, it's a fantasy because you're not going to meet that person. You don't want to get that deep. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy, guys. So he's listening to me talk, and he's not going to be tired of me talking like a regular person would. They were like, oh, don't people get tired of you? Whatever. Everyone gets tired of everyone. And yes, people got tired of me. Again, this is my argument with them. They want me to seem like I think I'm fantastic. I would invest this time and money broadcasting everything I do. Let me tell you something. I had not been on social media this way before all this. If I thought it anyway, this would work in that way for me, I would have done this years before. I really would have. I really would have. That's, I didn't know. I had no idea. So that's a whole other, again, here's another issue that's not about the fantasy. So in the fantasy, the actor would be wonderful. He wouldn't get tired of you talking all the time. He wouldn't say finally. He would sit there and listen. And that's the fantasy. But that's normal. The fantasy for them is that suddenly I'm going to obsess over an actor. This is happening in my life. And suddenly I'll have any sexual desires, which would be not normal. Normal is all this stuff is happening to you and your sexual desires go away. So they said that's how they made, this is what they made. This is how they made incels. Well, I think if you feel that you're being monitored and surveilled 24/7 and people are talking and commenting on things throughout your apartment that they took video of and living next to you, yelling out the window and so forth, you're not thinking about sexual fantasies. You're not having sexual fantasies. And you're not having sexual relationships really, because how can you? So they're like, oh, you can't blame that all. I can blame the majority of this on them because they forget that some of the stalking was done before 2016, but this enabled the stalkers to be right here with me all the time. So it's as though the people in 2016 who had the power to make my life worse did. So if you say, okay, people, you've been surveilling me for decades. You know this group has stalked me because they constantly need me for something. And I didn't know it was this, which is not normal. Stalking isn't normal, but it's more normal than this. And you put them in my life and reading out all my paperwork. They said that they wanted to be involved in anything because they thought I was going to die. They would, for some reason, they thought I was going to die, and they thought they wouldn't get anything once I died. So this was their way of kind of stealing from me before I die, which is not normal. And then it goes to them talking about, if they could move me around certain people, this could help them with the gang stalking. That wouldn't be normal for me to move. So how do they create a situation where I would be forced to move? They do all of this. So I would think, well, if I go to this location, things would get better for me. But wouldn't it get worse? Like, to me, again, not my synthetic telepathy, theirs. Their thought is that if you leave a bad situation to go to an unknown situation, it will be better. My thought is if you leave a bad situation to go to an unknown situation, it might get worse. It's just a completely different way of thinking. So the majority of people who are victims of this leave their bad situation, go someplace else, it becomes bad, they leave. So they keep going from place to place until they end up homeless, because the more I gotta plug my phone in because my battery's gonna go. All right, let me pause this for a second and then I'll be back. I'm pressing the mute as in the middle of my sentence. Okay, I'm gonna pause this for a second and then I'll be back. Okay, my battery was going to go, so I wanted to plug my phone in. So the majority of people who keep moving from place to place say they can't, they get like, it stops for a little while when they go to the new place, and then it goes back to being bad. So they can't get away from it. So you start to say, well, if you leave and go someplace else and it starts again, how did it start? Well, you were being stalked. They're stalking you. So when I decided to stay and they kept trying to do all of this here, it becomes, well, I've been here for over 28 years now. It's very hard to keep doing it here. And when they're arguing with me and I can just quickly reach for, here's proof that this happened. That's another thing. They were like, they needed more proof. Well, the fact that you're still doing it this way for over a decade is proof that you're liars. It would have changed if they had been telling the truth. So when they keep talking about different things that they claimed happened, you start to listen to how they phrase things, and it's less, it's less accurate as time goes on. So it went from, you did this to, we thought you did this, did maybe this. So it became less accurate. So same as the synthetic telepathy. When the longer this goes on, the less accurate becomes. More victims start to realize, wow, it seemed scarier at first. So when this first started, and they had men around me, and it was scary because I'm a woman. And then once they started using women, it was less scary. Then when they started all of this craziness, it became kind of funny at times because it's too crazy. So what I mean by that is, like, it became like, too much. And when it becomes too much, it starts to be funny because it's like other people pick up on it. And you start to look at each other like, what is this? And when they and when you move and you are someplace where you're not able to know if that's normal, then it would be harder. But if you stay and you're like, this is definitely not normal, it's easier for you. So again, going back to normal, not normal. When this started, it was not normal. And they get offended because I always say, I'm a native New Yorker. I'm familiar with certain things. I immediately knew something was wrong because it wasn't normal. In any other place, it might be normal. In New York, we don't tend to do all of this talking and all of this interactions and every setup. So they said growing up, they used to test me by like dropping a wallet or dropping something and to see my response. Or they would like set something up where I would have to interact with, I guess I'll say it the way I would think of it. Like I would have to interact with something that's happening. And so they admit they did it from when I was a child. And they said like I would do the right thing. So if that's my personality assessment, when did my personality assessment change to someone who wouldn't do the right thing? When did my personality assessment change from somebody who would see someone drop a wallet and not say something? So going back to even that, it's always about control. It's always predatory. So as a child, you wouldn't think of that as anything other than, boy, that person dropped a wallet. Ma'am, you dropped your wallet. As a 52-year-old adult, I'm thinking, well, why would you want that child to know you dropped that wallet? Why would you do that? That sounds predatory. So to me, this is a system of just predatory. My smoke detector light just flashed. It's a predatory system. So I'm becoming more, by staying here and thinking of it, because it has to be done in New York, I'm able to say, maybe in another place that would seem okay. But in New York, that's not okay. If you're saying, well, in some towns, you would set up a scenario where someone drops their wallet and in front of a kid. I think it sounds predatory anywhere else too. But in New York, it's definitely predatory because that automatically says to that New York kid that someone's taking advantage of them, because it's forcing the kid to talk to someone. When I was growing up, they used to say, don't talk to strangers, whatever. So you're already setting up a situation that's forcing a kid to seem good if he talks to you, bad if he doesn't, even without touching the wallet. So if you're saying, okay, well, someone drops a wallet, the kid says nothing, you're a bad kid, you should have told that person. Well, that's predatory. We train kids not to talk to people. Now, again, maybe in another place where kids are it's okay to talk to strangers, in certain towns maybe, then it's still predatory, but it's not as predatory. But here in New York, that's predatory. So the next part of this that I want to talk about that is predatory is that if you're watching children and trying to train them according to them or coach them according to them to be a certain way where they don't talk, telling certain things is called gossiping, where they are isolated because you cause friction and chaos amongst their friendships, where you're kind of singling that kid out. Like they in a video that I didn't upload yet, I don't think I did, they talked about how they are the types of people who, if you have a group of girls, they will single out one of the girls as the cute one and start to hit on her a lot while her friends stand around. And I talked about it like that wouldn't bother me, but they were like, it should, because what they're trying to get me to think is that I'm not as pretty as she is, which in their minds, it makes it seem like I'm going to feel bad. But wouldn't the pretty girl feel bad? So the smoke detector flashed again. So they're not looking at it that way. They're not looking at the fact that if you're in a situation, and especially if it's an adult singling out the pretty girl, that's predatory. So the pretty girl is feeling uncomfortable. Her friends are feeling uncomfortable. And it's not causing the friendships to fall apart. It's causing the friendships to get tighter and stronger, because right there you survived a predatory situation together. The other part about that is that if that is causing the pretty girl to become isolated, then there was something wrong with those friendships. Because what's happening is the friends are saying, well, you're attractive and you're getting all the attention, I'm not going to hang out with you anymore. There's a problem. Because just like she would get attention sometime, if not in a predatory situation, they would get attention too. That's the point. Like something in this system, I always say the system is very, very, it's like, it's predatory, but it's something worse. It's the idea that there isn't enough for everyone. So so I'm going to use an example that does happen in real life. Say, for example, you're in class and there's a cute guy. I'll say it as a guy. And he has his little group of friends. And you're like, all the girls like, oh, he's so cute, he's so cute, he's so cute. And suddenly he gets a girlfriend. What happens to all the girls? They end up finding someone else. It's not like he could date all the girls. He can only date one of the girls. And if he's the type of guy who's dating multiple girls, normally girls wouldn't want him anymore. You know what I mean? He automatically turns from the cute guy to that guy, and you wouldn't want him anymore. So it wouldn't make sense that you would feel that if you focus only on the cute guy, his friends would no longer be friends with him. A guy would still remain friends with each other. And eventually, even if he might not pick any of you girls, but if he picks one of you girls, the other girls aren't going to compete with her anymore, because they wouldn't want him in that way. So then the girlfriends would find other guys. Maybe they'll find some of his friends. Maybe they'll find other guys. But it doesn't make him the problem. Do you know what I mean? Like, his friends aren't going to isolate him. And his friends will still find other people. I'm going to mute this for one moment. So in in the case of, say you like a guy and he's already found someone, you end up finding a different guy. So it's not like if you focus only on this cute guy, his friends are going to leave him. He's not going to find anyone. No, he's going to choose someone. And after he chooses someone, more than likely you and your friends won't want him anymore. So it's not going to be constantly like he chose her and I want him and so and so. No. So when you put that normal situation into their synthetic telepathy, they come up with, you're going to always want that guy. You're not going to move on from wanting that guy. Years later, you're going to always want. No, that isn't normal. Normal is that you're going to move on. So how they were saying that they didn't train me the right way was that they said that I was supposed to, I guess, if my friend is getting complimented, no longer be friends with her, deep down inside be jealous of her. Well, what about all the times I'm complimented and she isn't? She's supposed to feel that way about me, but I think, yes, that's how they feel. So like if you turn it from my synthetic telepathy into their synthetic telepathy, it's like, oh, I'm getting a compliment and they aren't, I'm a problem. You have to isolate me. You have to find a way to take it from me so that you can get the compliment. So when you switch it around like that, it makes sense that that's how they think, which is predatory. But it's also a predatory tactic that if you grew up being treated that way, then there's an issue. Who treated you like that? Who made you feel that if your friend gets more than you or gets more attention than you, you're not as good as that person? They just said the word less than, but I'm going to turn it the other way. Again, you're not as good as that person. So that person is in some way better than you because you didn't get the attention. So your constant need for attention when you're older, you're going to say comes from that. No, it doesn't come from that, because by the time you're older, you should have learned that was a predatory tactic used against you. And you shouldn't still be feeling that way when you're older. If you're going to talk about my synthetic telepathy, I look at it a different way. If suddenly I'm with someone, and I'll say we're young again, because they said this, I wasn't trained right, meaning from a child, and my friend is doing well, I'm happy because that person is my friend. That person is accomplishing things and that person is with me. And I think, when they say I think like a man, I do think like a man. I think men think that way. No offense to women, but it's that idea of a man when he chooses, and someone said exactly, when a man chooses, he doesn't want someone that no one else wants. So they're saying, well, it's not a competition with him. It can be, because that's how a lot of predators separate. They said, that's how a lot of predators separate relationships, because they make the man and the woman compete. But now I'm going in a different topic. Let me get off this topic, but you know what I'm saying. But let's put it back now to the original topic. The original topic is when you're friends at a young age, you kind of think that way also. You kind of think that I want a good friend in my life, someone who is on the same mindset as me, the same path. You kind of think, well, this is a person who's going to be with me during a lot of things. So in a way, those early friendships are similar to when you become an adult and you lose your friends because they were upset. Oh, your friends aren't as important to you as your boyfriend or your husband or wife or whatever. It shouldn't be. And this is what I'm trying to explain to them, that these early relationships, if they've had them in a bad way, they need to heal themselves and not create synthetic telepathy based on themselves and put it on me. Because your early relationships do shape how your later relationships go. When they said I keep long relationships, because that's how I thought from a child. This is going to be somebody who I'm going to be with for a long time. I don't want somebody who nobody else wants. They said I choose people no one else wants. Why would I do that? Why would I choose people who no one else wants? So if someone's getting attention and getting compliments, if it's legitimate, that would be a good thing. It means, boy, this person really has the ability to do well. This person's attractive. This person does this, that, and the other. So that's how this predatory tactic is being, to me, manipulated. Because part of it, what I think, is that they put their types of people, when you get older, not as kids, move it to an older person, starts to compliment somebody who you know has none of those things. So that you kind of get tricked into thinking, boy, he's really, boy, you know, this person's really, and it turns out if that person isn't any of those things. So that becomes a new scam on the person, which is that this person really isn't on that level, but they have people building them up and making them seem like they're doing better than you. And that's how that scam, once you hit that mindset, that's how that scam would work. So it becomes, the longer you're around someone over time, then you get to see the true person. So it's all a bunch of mind games and predatory tactics that, if you're not aware that this system, this program, that mindset exists, you fall for. So they said, how does this relate back to you, Shamega? Again, it's constantly questioning me like they're the authority over everyone and everything. And I have to answer them because they're so much better. But if you're sitting here with me at, what time is this? 4 o'clock in the morning, you're not better than I am. Okay, so here's how they would be making money off me. Taking my ideas, what I think, questioning it, trying to make it seem like I have to obey them. They're so much better than me, but then they're exploiting me. Questioning people is, in this way, is exploitation, and they know that. They know that if I'm being sleep deprived because of this technology and I'm still up at 4 something in the morning, if you notice, a lot of my videos are like 3 something in the morning, 4 something, I would lash out. I would be somebody who would come across as mentally ill. And the questioning is their way of saying, I think I'm better than you. So when they project that onto me, like, oh, you think you're so superior, I'm going to start questioning you to make you feel that way. That's another predatory tactic. It's another predatory tactic of saying, well, if you're, like, say, for example, you're feeling great. We talked about this before. If you're feeling great this day and you're looking like you feel like you look great, you have that thing about you, when you have that thing about you, when you feel like you're looking good, you're feeling good. These are the types of people that will come right up to you and start questioning. Oh, where'd you get, it's that thing. And you can sense it. It's hard to put it into words. But if you realize it's a predatory tactic, you say, oh, this person is trying to, they get some of the words. This person doesn't want me to feel good about myself today. This person is trying to put me down so that I don't feel as good. And that works for young children a lot better than it does for adults. And that's part of this whole system. This whole system is, how do you get people so put down on such a regular basis that they accept the fakeness? They accept people who they normally wouldn't have accepted, which goes back to this whole entire thing. So how do you start to get people in a place where they accept less than they deserve? Because you start with these little predatory tactics, and you just do it as they're growing up, a little at a time, until you get them to a point where the person this group starts to, say is good enough, seems good enough. You've isolated the person, you've made them feel like they aren't good enough. And then when they send in someone who is like a lure, a trap for you, you fall for it because it seems like that person is so great, and then over time you realize that person wasn't. So they said, who was going to listen to all this time with me? They are. They said they've been doing this for decades, 24/7. That's why this is ridiculous. So they said they've been listening to me talk for 52 years, 24/7, and now they're saying no one wants to spend an hour with me. You can't do this for an hour, folks. So they're kind of now saying something amongst themselves. So an hour of me is too much, but 52 years, 24/7 isn't. They are liars. So when they were trying to impress the people watching this, because they're trying to sell this as some sort of real technology, at first they were like, this is kind of what Israel uses as a defense system. And when I heard that out loud, I'm like, like, what? But it's like it seizes your muscles and you fall. And then with the mental part of it, you get so confused that you just, you don't know what's going on. So when this was happening at first, and it was just confusing to me, it took me a while before I could understand why they would use this as a defense system. But then I'm wondering, so then when they started talking about other things, they said they brought in, I don't know what race some of these people are, because a lot of them I don't know. And that's part of how they did this. Initially, I didn't know the people involved. Like literally, like they had strangers involved. And once they got caught, they started bringing in some other people to kind of cover for the fact that this was craziness. And once they started bringing in some other people, it got crazier, because a lot of the people they brought in are mentally ill. And I say to myself, why would they go along with it? Because they are mentally ill. It became, well, we'll help cover this up, but this will cover up some things in the past. But you can't cover up the past this way. In fact, what it did was expose the past. So when they said that, throughout my life, they would try to, do certain things to put me down, it exposed that. So, excuse me. So it exposed that. So when they're saying, they targeted my throat to make me cough, there is a such thing as gang stalkers coughing, which wouldn't make me the victim. It would make me seem like I'm coughing to bother them. So there's a scene in the movie. The BBC has some really good movies, and they did the Jane Austen Pride and Prejudice movie in the 90s. And there's a scene where the mother's like, she's talking to one of the daughters, and she's like, you're ruining my nerves. You're disturbing my nerves with coughing. So they started quoting it. And so the whole point was, they said, I referenced that at some point when I was talking to my mom about something. And that was a movie I always watch. I always watch that movie. Like the music and everything puts me to sleep. It's just, it's such a calming movie. It's a calming movie. It's just, So they were like, oh, I referenced that. So then they just said something. So then they referenced that. So of course it was like completely different ways from how I said it and what they're saying. But it's the idea that if something happens to me during the time they're monitoring me, they can then come up with a way of twisting it and bringing it up later. Again, that's a predatory tactic. When they say they don't have, someone say exactly, if they say they don't have relationships, there's a reason. If everything you happens in your relationship, you bring back up to bug someone or get them upset or throw it in their face. That's how we would say it when I was growing up in the Bronx. You throwing that in my face. If you do that to throw it in someone's face, you're doing that to manipulate that person. That's a predatory tactic. That isn't a good relationship. So if you're saying that you brought back people from the past to throw things in my face that really weren't the way, that came from a line from a TV show that you claim that I referenced in a wrong way, you're the problem. And that's not normal. It's not referencing something from a movie in a way that was done. It was perfectly normal. Not a big deal. Throwing it in my face by twisting it is a big deal. That's not normal. So it becomes, they'll keep bringing up stuff that happened in the past that decades ago. So decades ago, such and such happened, blah, 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 did this one did that, and that is not normal, and that isn't a relationship. It's a predatory tactic to manipulate me. So they said, then they said manipulate you into what? Again, constant questioning. That's also a predatory tactic. In a relationship, you can't be in. Could you imagine every relationship these people have been in with the constant questioning the person? They said this isn't a relationship. It's harassment. There it is. They said, are you going to end the live stream now? No. No. So we're going to keep doing these live streams together now because it seems like I can't have a moment without them. That's also predatory, where every single thing I do, they have to be with me. They said something. I don't know what they just said. So every single thing now I do, they must be with me all the time. So they said something about we. Exactly. So here we go. It moved from I to we suddenly. So suddenly everything is about we doing things together. We go here together. We went this. So every time they're monitoring me, they really are saying they are with me. So I would never become an I again. It would always be we. So when we aren't having sex because we can't get laid with all this, we are a problem. Nothing. Just like sex, nothing. They said we wouldn't have included her in this. You shouldn't have. You didn't give me a choice. If you've been doing it to me since I was a child, you didn't give me a choice. So going back to the sex part, which they feel very comfortable talking about until it's out loud and live streamed. I think when they're talking about like men, they said something along the lines of, some men hear this. And for me, they didn't think I would hear it as a regular talking, but I would hear it as my thoughts. But we've already proven that these aren't my thoughts, so I wouldn't hear it as my thoughts. So when they said a lot of people who hear this run. And I think if those people knew what this was, they would have said something to me. A lot of the people they're talking about, like, would have said, do you hear this? Unless they were involved. And if they were involved, then I start to wonder, well, is that why they mention those people? Or is that what scares them? Because suddenly you start to say, well, who knew this system existed? I didn't. How were they able to hear this? Like I said, I didn't hear all this before. So it starts to say, well, if you're they're talking about something. If you're talking about this and you're saying that you're observing everything that I'm doing, then you're also observing everyone I'm doing it with. And if those people don't know, you're also not giving that person the option. So they just said suddenly. So that person all of a sudden gets sucked into this whole thing. And that person suddenly becomes part of this blackmail ring. Because if, for example, you're out with someone and that something happens to that person when you're out with them, they can then be blackmailed about that. So the more people who know, the more people aren't going to associate with me, definitely not because of this, but they're also going to say, well, who's watching me? Are they doing the same thing to me? So I start to wonder how many other people are forced to go along with this because they were being blackmailed by the same group. How many other people were caught doing something that this group felt they could blackmail them about? So they just said, again, here's their worry. Does that sound like I'm saying I was caught doing something they could blackmail me about? No, it doesn't sound like that, but there's another question. So when they talk about me asking a lot of questions as a child, that's normal child behavior. This isn't normal adult behavior. Asking all of these questions as an adult isn't normal. It really isn't. But as you can hear, they're questioning simple things. So then when you say, okay, they're saying that if someone just yelled stop, and that's a big deal. Normal behavior is when someone says stop, you stop. But these people don't. They keep doing the same things over and over and over again. You yell, you tell them stop, you tell them it's making me uncomfortable, you're invading my privacy, you're breaking the law, you're a criminal. They don't stop it. So when you're talking about a relationship, if every conversation I have with a man is being recorded and they're going over it like it's a game, and he doesn't know and I don't know, then there's an issue. Who do you blame? Once I know, you got to blame me, right? So this goes back to taking responsibility for all of this. Once I know this is happening to me and I'm talking to someone, I have to say, I'm being surveilled 24/7 by a group of crooks and liars and scammers. And if something happens during our interaction, they'll use it against you. So then you say, well, what happens with sex? And you say, well, why are they so obsessed with putting me in that mindset? Because then they're going to send someone they want me to be with into my life. And they said, I don't tend to like the men they send into my life, which goes to show this was part of the program. Part of the program was, to make me feel that if a man wants me and I don't like him, I'm a bad person. That's part of the brainwashing. That if you are a woman and a man approaches you, you have to be nice to him, or he might beat you up. He might talk negatively about you. Other people might say, well, you're a lesbian because you don't have a man. It's part of the programming. But on the other hand, if you meet a man that you actually like and you get to know him, they are going to do this, which means he's not going to put up with this. And then you start to say, well, then what happens? You would have to tell him, this is happening to me. I really like you, but I can't be with you because this is happening. So it forces you to be alone, which is part of why when victims say they were isolated, it does force you to be isolated. It forces you to tell people, this bad stuff happens to me. And when they don't believe you or try to make, sense of it, you have to go through all of this to explain it to them. And then something bad may happen to them because once they know, and they're talking about something else, once they know, they become targeted also. So then you may all be targeted, like everybody will be targeted. So when you start to say, well, you know, how do you start to get back that part of your life where you are interested in being with other people, especially if you're interested in being in a sexual relationship? How do you get that part of your life back? They're upset because a lot of targeted individuals are getting back parts of their lives once this got exposed. So it's no longer so simple. But a lot of targeted individuals are saying that they missed out on the normal stuff. When you're going from place to place to place, you aren't having the normal stuff happen to you. It's normal to want a sexual relationship. It's normal to be in a situation where you're meeting people and you want to sit with that person and talk to that person, not question that person, but sit and talk with that person and get to know that person better. Like, when they're talking and questioning, that isn't normal, but trying to get to know someone better is normal. And if you're sitting there questioning stuff and you're interrupting everything and people are yelling out stuff, that is not normal. So when they're coming up with these fantasies, those fantasies were never going to happen. So they just said my name again. And they said, if nobody wanted me, this never would have happened. But that's part of the argument they have with each other, which is that they said at some point, no one wanted me. And then they said, if no one wanted me, this never would have happened. So they're trying to figure out what I think, meaning, do I think someone would have wanted me? They said, I used to say there's someone for everyone. So here's the issue. The issue is, if they said they were doing this all my life, and I had boyfriends and I've had sexual relationships, then someone did want me. So if you say no one wanted me, then there's an issue right there. But I'm saying something different. I'm saying with you, when we become we, and I have the voices and I'm now we with the voices, you've made it harder for me, which is what I'm saying. This has made my life harder. So now, in order for me to be with someone, I have to work harder. They said, please, Shamega, use the word sabotage. Again, we wouldn't be together. We would not be together. I don't care who you say you are. We wouldn't be together. Okay? This becomes working harder. So they said I said someone kept blocking me from being with people. They are. So the person who is always like, finally, and use the word sabotage would not be in my life. But in order to get rid of this person, I have to find a way. So I have to work harder to get this person out of my life, which goes back to what I'm saying about stalkers. It goes back to what I'm saying about forcing relationships. It goes back to what I'm saying about them blocking the good people, because good people, especially good men, aren't going to put up with this. So then what would happen? I would end up being with one of them, because this stops once you get one of them back in your life. Because why do they need to be in my life? It's to get whatever I have and make money off me. So when they don't want me to talk about sexual relationships because they think in some way Catholicism is against sex. No, Catholicism isn't against sex. Someone said it's against someone said it's against group sex. That's funny. Anyway, so I guess. But the whole point is, once these voices are part of my life and they're monitoring and surveilling everything, I would have to let a man know, okay, I'm being forced to do this. They move people around me. They make me work harder than I have to. Try to blame me for things that didn't happen the way they said. And they criticize everyone, not just me. Like at first, when I was listening to them, I was like, oh, maybe they're just criticizing me. They criticize everyone. So the moment we would have time alone, they would automatically start criticizing you and coming up with what they think. They said what they think I'm thinking when things are happening. But it's not what I'm thinking. It's really what they're thinking. So it becomes, they said they think men smell funny. And I have a white person smell and not a black person smell. Then they said I'm always going to smell, but men smell bad. So they said at one point they started spraying chemicals of a smell of a man to see if we would be compatible. Does that sound normal? That sounds abnormal. Sounds abnormal. So then suddenly it's going to be like, oh, you smell, I smell. He's not this, he's not that. I'm not this, I'm not that. Then it would be what they think I'm worried about. So it would be all around craziness instead of being what happens when you are attracted to someone. And they're like, what happens when you're attracted to someone? Just now, they just said that. So when you're attracted to someone and you're just getting to know that person and building a relationship with that person, then it develops into a sexual relationship. It would involve all of us. They said they didn't imagine me using it to talk about this. Well, what else would I be talking about? They said they thought this was going to be a Catholic school kid thing. I'm not a kid, I'm a grown woman. And the men I interact with are grown men. That was another issue. So when they wanted to make this something crazy, they thought I would be interacting with younger men, which probably is their fantasy, not mine. But I would be interacting with men my age and up. So we would be talking about this sort of thing. We wouldn't be talking about the type of BS you talk about. You know, they thought it was going to be like me talking about, I don't know. But we, like people my age and up, we talk about this type of thing. So they say even the facial expression you have is something. They think that they can see my facial expression. They can't. They thought when I was when I'm sleeping and my skin on my face like slides back that I'm smiling. No, that's old. That's being old. That's what that is. They said, please, Shamega, you're disgracing yourself. No, I'm disgracing we. We. Every time you interrupt with one of your comments, any of you, you're disgracing we. So anyway, so let's go back to sexual relationships with this program. So I'm not sure if I've heard of any targeted individual who's had a good sexual relationship once this started to happen. I don't think so. I think most of them, to me, are like, they're not having like great sexual relationships with this program in their lives. And the people who end up just becoming homeless can, I guess. And they're not meeting people in a way that is normal, because even the targeted individuals who are, you know, talking about this happening to them, I've never heard anyone really say my sex life got better. You know, this has been great for my sex life. No, it hasn't. So they said, when I'm going to go back to what they were talking about. When I started dating like different guys, they were like, they would say different things to kind of make me not like the guy as much, because I guess we can't be with anyone else. It's just supposed to be me and them. And the more people are around and seeing it, especially, it's, you know, they said something about sexual relationships. Anyway, the more people are around and seeing this, the more it's craziness. So when, I don't know, they're upset about something. Again, this is all about them and their complete narcissism and their complete need for attention 24/7. And we can't give them that. Like I can't have this relationship with them. I can't give them what they need. And so they said, "Oh, I used to say it's not you, it's me." Yeah, I can't give them what they need. They need complete attention, complete, they said control, complete worshiping of them, answering their questions, putting yourself out there so much so that they can take your identity. It becomes identity theft where they become you. So anyway, they said you were a complete fool, not me, to the other person they're talking to think that you can succeed with this person. Yes, that person was. So they think I'm sabotaging them intentionally. Can you imagine how narcissistic that is? To now turn it on to me sabotaging them intentionally. Like I'm not working hard. You're still not working hard enough, Shamega. You're still not good enough, Shamega. You could have done such a better job, Shamega. If you really put more time and energy into Shamega, you really could have done better. And you know, Shamega, you really should have just done this with our help. Anytime you do anything alone, it's never going to be good enough. So, Shamega, you shouldn't have really listened to us. Shamega, if you really wanted to do this, you would have been able to. Shamega, if you really felt like you needed help, you should have asked for it. Shamega, if you really wanted, it would be that over and over and over again. That's a relationship to them. That constant forcing the other party to compensate. And that's part of this. I would have to keep compensating. And they say, oh, they don't want me to talk about sexual relationships, so they changed the topic. But that would be compensating, meaning if I don't want the guys they send me, and they said, again, they keep going back and forth in, like someone said time travel. So they keep going back and forth to like years ago. So it seems like when I worked at the Botanical Garden, I worked at the Botanical Garden in the 90s. So I was like 19, 20 years old. So we're talking about 30 something years ago. There was a guy who they said they sent in. And of course he didn't get through the screening process. And they're like, oh, it's because he's, what was it? It's because he's one of them, they said, I think. No, because he couldn't get through the screening process. They said, was that their word? No, their word was do the gates. What did they just say? So now we have to debate who came up with the phrase screening process. Okay, anyway. So after that argument of who came up with the words screening process, anyway, he couldn't get through to me. And that's part of it. Like the guys who they said can get through to me, we end up loving each other. They admitted that earlier, which is so sad. I think that's so sad for them. That the guys who I stay with in relationships, we end up loving each other. And they're saying that they can't get those guys into my life and have that connection with me. And so then what did they just say? They just said something else. Whoa, they said, oh, please, Shamega. Here we go. Please, Shamega, we just wanted to bully you in the streets. Does that sound like this is supposed to be helping someone and they should get credit? They said, don't use our words against us. Does that sound like people who should be getting credit and who should be thanked for helping me get through things? They said this defeated all this. What, the we part? So they said, Shamega, we think this is just us. You mean just how you are? Like this is part of your personality? They said every time. Anyway, so again, they don't want to talk about sexual relationships, but I think that's more interesting to me than what they're talking about, which is themselves. So they said the guys who end up with me, we end up loving each other. We really end up like connecting. Well, I think it's because it's a real connection as opposed to something that they set up. And when it's a real connection, it's harder to break. It's harder, it's harder to pull us apart, which goes back to when I'm talking about a sexual relationship. They were upset when I was saying, like, once you have sex, it changes your relationship because it makes a stronger connection with that person. And so when they're saying, well, and I think this is part of why they don't want me to have sexual relationships, because then we would kind of get to a point where we're having a stronger connection. They want me to have a lot of these like little, friendships with men, or no men at all. Like preferably for them, no man. They really don't like men. And I wonder why. I think because men tend to be stronger. And like I said, men think differently from them. So if they could keep me in non-sexual relationships, it keeps them more of a we with me than I become a we with a man. And so when they start talking about Catholic or whatever, you do become we with your husband or your boyfriend. And that's the way it should be, not with these people. And I think that once my time would be spent on the man, which they think is wrong. It's not wrong. If you're having a sexual relationship with a man, you aren't thinking about your friends as much. You're not spending as much time with your friends, and there's nothing wrong with that. And that's, to me, very normal. But that also would mean he would either have to listen to all this nonsense or, they said they would have just turned this off. You mean if you're having sex? They said nobody's having sex with you. No, they corrected me. They said what? Nobody's talking about having sex with me. Oh, again, that's not my mind correcting that. So anyway, I'm talking about me having sex. And again, why their fantasies where they create these computer generated sexual fantasies aren't mine. It's their sexual fantasy. So I think at one point they confessed and said they wanted me to not have children. And so part of these like physical, like sexual sensations they tried to create and the fantasies were to make me not want to be, I guess, in a real relationship. They said, no, we didn't say that. I don't know what part they didn't say, but they did definitely say that they wanted to make it so that I wasn't going to have children and that I wouldn't want to be in a real relationship, because like it was going to be like a real man couldn't compete with their fantasy man, which is partly what I'm saying. Like here's the issue. If you have a sexual fantasy with some that isn't a real person, it's never competition with a real person, because the real person is real. It's not like a sexual fantasy person. So the sexual fantasy person is supposed to be kind of that, fantasy. If you use a real person, he's real. He's someone you can touch. He's someone you interact with. So they said they were, what? They said, now I feel horrible. So now they're saying I'm contradicting myself from what I said earlier. No, I'm saying the same thing, which is that when you're dealing with a real person and you have a sexual fantasy about that person, oh, it's not sexual fantasy. No, it was sexual fantasy. That's what the whole issue was. It was like they created a sexual fantasy with the actor that I like. And I was like, no, don't use him as an example. Use like a movie star. And they were like, that would hurt his feelings. It wouldn't hurt his feelings because we both would probably be on the same page of thinking he shouldn't be involved in this. So then they said, don't talk for him. No, I think we can safely say he would say, don't involve him with this nonsense. So anyway, so if you have a sexual fantasy about a big star or whatever, you're never going to meet that person. It's never going to break the fantasy. It's going to be just that. A real person, if you have a sexual fantasy about that person, he's a real guy. So he's going to be real. If you meet him, or you would have to meet him because that's how you met him. So if you interact with him, he's going to break that fantasy because he's an actual person. He's going to say and do things. Now, if you are actually dating him and having these sexual fantasies with him, about him, I guess, then those fantasies don't remain fantasies. Those become like real things. So it's no longer like a weird sexual fantasy. So my question to them is, if you're creating a sexual fantasy about someone who I'm never going to meet, that you're sitting and watching, he's going to always be perfect. He's going to always be what you want him to be. But once you start creating a sexual fantasy about a real person and you're watching and surveilling us, he's always going to end up being like I am, someone that you don't really like. He's not going to be good enough. He's going to do the wrong thing. He's going to say the wrong thing. He's going to smell funny. It's always going to be that. And this is partly what I'm saying about this. In real life, I don't think that way. In real life, if I'm with a real person and I care for that person, it's not going to be all of that. So they said, don't try to clean this up. I felt that way before. You don't know what I felt. You don't know what I felt. They said that they used to record their thoughts, and it wasn't my thought. And so they just said, didn't you tell someone his breath smelled in the morning? Who doesn't? Who doesn't say that? Like, do you guys interact with any humans? Who doesn't tell their partner their breath smells in the morning? What? What? Oh my goodness. So anyway, that is part of this. This is part of this. Could you imagine, like, you're in a real relationship with another person and you have to live through this? They said no real man would put up with this shit. No real man would. This is so. Wait, here's my question. They're saying this is pissing people off. My question is this. So once you illegally surveil people and criticize us and then force yourselves upon us and then try to find people who you approve of to be, why, if you hate me, would you give me someone you approve of? You wouldn't. You would give me someone you hate also. But then once you do all of that and we're living our lives, that's how it feels. They said like in zoo cages, like we're living our lives and you're standing above us, looking down upon us, noting things that you can blackmail us about. You once said someone had morning breath. Write that down. It's stupid. They said, I'm ridiculing the whole system. No, we are. We are ridiculing the whole system because we are making jokes about it together. So they're saying something else. So you hear that bird chirping? You hear that? So they use that as a filter sometimes to cover up the talking. So normal bird chirping doesn't sound like this. When I did a video outside, I recorded the real bird chirping, but I also recorded the fake bird chirping that they used. And they said they used it originally to as like a sonic pest control. So at one point they said they installed that in the buildings to keep like the birds from coming on our windowsills. And birds don't. At one time birds did. And I'm like, who does that? Like, why can't birds come on your windowsill? So they said just now, well, people were complaining on the patio. So you guys really need to tell people if you put like some sort of pest control on people's patios because they go out there. So this is all the stuff. They said that is this are all the stuff. These are all the stuff. I don't know. I don't know at this point. I've been doing this for how long? And it's almost 5 o'clock? So this are all the stuff that people this are all the stuff that people need to know. If you put some sort of sonic pest control and it's causing people to be sick in these buildings, you got to tell people that. They just said something. Again, they use my name a lot. So now they just use the other person's name. Again, it's to harass. I'm going to move into the bed again. It's to harass us. So that's partly why I don't want to make this person, part of this fantasy world they created, because it's just to harass. And suddenly he's going to be called, his name is going to be called because I said he was a great actor. And so now they'll just keep harassing him because anytime someone gets a compliment, which goes back to this, anytime someone gets a compliment, it's all of a sudden me saying that he's better than them. They're less than him. So they said they think my personality assessment is that I love actors. And they said this before, but it's in their minds. If they were actors, then I would think this is okay. No, I mean, that would make it even worse. It would make it even worse. What they're not understanding about why this is so bad is that it's predatory. It's predators taking advantage of people. So they just said, oh, this is why they wanted us to move in with her. Exactly. So, in their minds, everything I do is like I'm doing something bad. I'm bad. Like, so what they were saying was that the way they were, if they see me doing something, they'd write a script about it and it's going to be in a negative. Like, I'm doing it for this reason. I'm doing it for that reason. So I'm doing this recording to embarrass them. You mean like you just said before that you wanted to humiliate me in the streets? Is that your mindset or mine? That's your mindset. Everything they do is to embarrass. So they want to humiliate me in the streets. They have to realize that when they're talking from their own hearts, their own souls, their own minds. They're not talking from mine. So they said every time I sound so pompous, they're going to bring up another example. Do it. Do it. What happened to when I was supposed to be a child molester? Suddenly you want to move kids into my apartment? Is that your mind or mine? That's your mind. You say, oh, someone's a child molester. Let's bring kids around them. It's disgusting. Again, that's a predatory tactic, going back to what I'm saying, how they treat children. To me, you shouldn't be testing children. A child, they said, oh, like I tested a relationship, a friendship in high school. That's completely different, isn't it? That's a completely different thing. Their examples of what's similar are not similar. If you're testing a child, you're a predator. You want to see how a child reacts. You're going to manipulate that child. And then you're going to use that example later on in the child's life to say, there it is. You did such and such, to manipulate that child. Testing a friendship in high school in the way that it happened, and if you guys saw the video, you realize it wasn't a test, but it was really to see, what can I trust this person? That's completely different. Like I said, you know, when you're growing up, you're thinking, well, in the future, you're thinking about your future because you have your future ahead of you. So they were like, oh, what did they say? Oh, no. So anyway, you're thinking about your future with this person, even your friendships. And how do you build a future with someone if they can't pass the simple life tests? So they said, oh, maybe it's because they couldn't pass it with me, or meaning it's my fault. Then that means that's not someone you want in your life in the future. And this is part of this. This is, you know, there's something big that I think we're all saying. It's that we don't like each other. So if everything you do, I distrust, and everything I do, you distrust, we wouldn't normally be together. They got very offended about that, because I believe that most of us stay with our own people. And they think that sounds racist or wrong. I don't think so. And most people I know don't think that. You stay with people, you know, similar to you, grew up like you. They said someone you have something in common with. But when you have to fake these relationships, it can't be that, because we would then get along. You can't have me getting along with the people I'm around, because that would destroy this, because we would all kind of get along and say, oh, there's a problem right here, or this is a problem. And when you can't do that, or you don't trust the other person to say that, then you're not really in a good relationship, are you? Because you can't trust the other person to say, I agree. Or you can't trust the other person to say, you know, this isn't how I normally am. I'm reacting to something. I need you. It becomes an issue if you can't do that. And when you're young and you're preparing for the future, you need to know that. You need to really know, okay, my future with this person doesn't exist. You know what I mean? And they would see that as a negative. I don't. And that leads you to later in life when you're dealing with other relationships. Can I trust this person? Does this person pass the test? Do I have a future with this person? If you can't even get along with the person when you're dealing with them at that time, you don't have a future with that person. So it becomes, when they're manipulating children to not look at life that way, it makes it harder for those children to grow up and understand why things aren't working out for them, and why the relationships they had from childhood affect them now, which I'm telling you, this is part of this. That a childhood elementary schoolmate friendship shouldn't be affecting me now at 52. They put this back in our lives. They forced this because that was a relationship that would have fell apart, as it did. That's why we're not in contact with each other now. It would fall apart, and that's normal. Every relationship you have growing up, you're not going to be with decades later. It's normal. But when it becomes all your relationships, it's abnormal or not normal. When I was in school, we used abnormal, like abnormal psychology, abnormal. I think now that's one of these things that politically correctness says you're not supposed to say abnormal, you're supposed to say not normal. Anyway, that's part of this. They said all these years they've pitted this against me. Which goes back to what I'm saying. I have to work harder. I have to do more. I have to compensate for this system being pitted against me. And I have to, I always have to work harder. So they get offended about that, but I do. And they're offended that if I'm put in a situation where I'm the person who does more work, it's because I'm being pitted against a system. I'm being pitted against something where instead of bringing in people who work as hard as I do or have the experience or the skill that I have, I'm being put with people who don't. And they think that's going to offend them. They know it. And they wonder the same thing I'm wondering. They say, well, if I'm qualified, why would I be working at the same jobs as them? That was always my question. That's always been my question, which goes back to why they said I was questioning why I got my education. I'm still questioning that. You guys understand? People who aren't them understand exactly what I'm saying. If there's a system pitting me against getting ahead because they believe that in some sort of we system is socialism, communism, that I can't get ahead of people who they want to be accomplished. I can't accomplish more than them, then that's a form of socialism, communism. That's not American. An American system is we all work hard, and the person who has the most ability, skill, experience gets ahead. So what they're going to do now probably is reach a point where you don't have that on your jobs. You should. When I was growing up, you worked at a job and over time you made more money. You came in with more skill. They do that in almost every single system. They're trying to say, oh, it's in only certain systems. Every single system. If you have more skill, experience, or ability in a certain job, you get paid more. And you don't always have to do more unless that's your job title. So you had a job title with a job description. Your job description didn't change because you're being pitted against someone. I'm just going to pause this for one moment. So anyway, oh, I'm gonna pause this one more time. Okay, so anyway, it's like all of these issues that they force me to deal with, I have to then work harder than they do. But the people that they want to get ahead, they'll put with me. So suddenly it's like I'm working so much harder in general without their people. And then when they put their people with me, I have to work even harder. And then those people, they want to get the credit for my work. What I'm saying is this: if you then put that person in some sort of a sexual relationship with me, that person isn't going to be attracted to me. I'm not even talking about how I feel, just how that person feels. So let's start to talk about that. Suddenly you put someone who's not attracted to me around me, that person will start to pick at me. And I can't speak about this from a male point of view because I'm not a man, but a woman understands that constant picking at you, where, oh, you're just not good enough. Oh, you didn't do this right. Oh, you know, the feeling, that sexual feeling isn't there. So it would be constantly picking and picking and picking. They say, oh, you didn't experience this. Why, you don't have that in your notes? I don't know. Anyway, so they said this throws the whole system off. So anyway, so the whole point is that person would be constantly picking at me. And that person would find me unattractive. Like just now they were saying that Latino men don't find me attractive. They're like, they pick at me. And they were like, before they said Latino men don't find me attractive. When they meet me, they pick at me. Black men kind of do a bit of picking at me, kind of like me. And Jewish men, what did they say about Jewish men? They said Jewish men kind of, they said patronize her. So Jewish men patronize me, they said. Black men kind of patronize me, kind of pick at me, but Latino men always pick at me. So they said they can't put me with any of the men in their group. That's how they think. So where is the attraction? Like, meaning they're not talking about any sort of attraction. It's like work. It becomes like a job for their men. Whereas I'm saying the men I meet who are not through them, it's not a job for them to be around me. They wouldn't be like, finally, or, oh, please, Shamega. They don't treat me that way. They're enjoying my time with them. And I enjoy my time with them. And I enjoy their time with me. Meaning, like, it's not like hard. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. I don't have to work more. Whereas with the people they set me up with, I would have to work harder and I would have to work more. The men that I want in my life and who stay in my life for a while, I don't have to work more. It becomes easier and it feels easier for them. So when we're talking about why this system couldn't work with them around, is then they would start to attack those men. So their men, they won't attack. My men, they would attack. Once men feel attacked, like I think in their minds, they think men are kind of dumb and men don't sense things. I think, men are more, what am I going to say about this? Men would sense it more than a woman would, because it's suddenly some, like, they even talked about this, how men are really, especially American men, are really into privacy. Men, I think their survival instinct is that there has to be some privacy, which is partly why men tend to do things. I don't want to sound sexist, but it's going to sound sexist. But I'm just going to say I'm old enough to sound sexist, which they hate. Men don't like everything they do to be documented, watched, monitored. They can tend to want privacy. I think men want some of that a little bit more than we women talk about. So I think as women, we tend to talk more about certain issues. We don't want privacy about everything. We want privacy about some things. But a man wants more privacy. So if we want privacy about that, a man would want even more privacy about it. And so for you to put a man into the situation that they're going to just attack, it's going to be even harder for him. It's going to be hard for him because they just said something. It's going to be even harder for him because he has to deal with that normal male desire for privacy, the normal male desire to be comfortable in his surroundings. And again, I'm uncomfortable in my surroundings. I'm trying to deal with it. A man could not try to deal with it. He would either have to not deal with it or it would be a problem, which is part of this. So when you're talking about never having a moment alone, them commenting on everything, starting trouble, making you work harder. If you bring a man into this situation, it's going to be bad. And you would have to explain this to a man. And I think most men will immediately, they just said something about the male comments. I don't know if they're really men, of course, if they leave a comment, but meaning like the comments from men, they believe it. I think a man's desire to be comfortable would mean he's not going to be in this type of situation for long. When they were talking about this, they said that they're saying something about this sounds totally different from their synthetic telepathy, which I've been telling them. That's another thing. They don't ever want to trust what I say. So it's not just questioning me. It's constantly like never trusting anything I say. I could say the sky's blue. They would say, why do you think the sky's blue? Who made you the authority to colors? Maybe that's not the right blue. Like, it would be that. Whereas if you bring a man into the situation, he would start to get angry. He would start to feel like it's it's more than just questioning. Meaning, like, for me, it's questioning, it's not trusting me. A man would start to feel like it's more than that. It's an attack on him. It's an attack. And even though I feel it's an attack, a man would feel it even more so. They're attacking him. And this is partly why this has to be exposed. So when the male targeted individuals start talking about this and they become homeless or they go on drugs and their reaction to it is so strong, I think it's because it makes a man feel less of a man. They're talking about something, but I don't know what they're talking about. So I think it makes a man feel less of a man. And I think the male targeted individuals end up feeling like I don't know, they just said something else. They're calling my name and talking about something. So I think it's harder for men. So if I'm being put through this, I couldn't bring a man into it because it would end up making him feel less of a man. And there wouldn't be anything I could do to make a difference. Do you know what I mean? And then I would have to work harder, but there would be no way I could work harder when a man is feeling that way. So they just said something. So now they're trying to talk about other things, but this is part of this system. Once you expose how their little predatory tactics make things difficult, you start to say, well, they're changing like the time this happened. They keep moving it from 2016 to earlier dates. Then they question me, well, why such and such? They're supposed to supply the questions. Remember, the answers to the questions. Remember, this is them taking credit for my accomplishments. So you're not supposed to keep questioning me, because then you're getting information from me. You're supposed to be giving me information. So the whole system falls apart. They said this falls apart when I'm talking like this live. No, the whole system falls apart when you're questioning me for information instead of giving me information. So the system is making money off me by getting information from me, not giving me information. So when I'm saying, listen, they intentionally did this to do this to me, to humiliate me in the streets. And in doing that, it exposed this system. You can't then say you want credit or you want me to give you credit for anything I've accomplished, because I accomplished it even with you doing this, which means if you didn't do this, I would have been accomplished it. I was accomplishing it. So then for you to go back to instances where you say I accomplished it, but I didn't do as good a job, goes back to what I'm saying. You aren't making sense. So the people who started this aren't making sense, because even with them doing everything they could to humiliate me, to control me, to manipulate me, to prey upon me, I'm still doing something. And that's part of what I'm saying. Like, once you start to get ahead of this system, and you start to no longer be isolated, no longer have to devote so much time and energy documenting, because now it's not just me documenting. There are thousands of people document. They even said they have their own people documenting this. So now I don't have to document as more. Then it becomes, okay, what's the next step? The next step is to go back to normal. So they didn't want me to go into a sexual relationship. They said they intentionally targeted my genital area and my hips so that I couldn't have sex anymore. And this goes back to what I'm saying. It's like, you spent so much time and energy that you could have been spending to do what you could do for yourselves. But instead it was spent doing it to me, and so that we could become a we. So now it becomes, we're doing all of these things. No, I didn't do those things. But you've documented what you've done, which is part of this. It becomes, I'm documenting what you've done and you've documented what you've done. So when they were like, oh, we wanted to take credit for like the crafting videos that I added to the channel, They sabotaged them. I have a video I did. And at the time when I was doing the videos, I only have one craft, meaning I don't have a backup. So if I mess up that one craft, the video's done. So for example, I used to have a problem with the glue sticking. Still do, but more thin. And I didn't understand because this technology uses moisture. It messes, and temperature. It messes up the glue sticking. So I was getting like all sorts of like super glue and name brand ones too. And it wasn't working. And it wasn't working on camera. And after a while, if I only have like one thing to glue together, but I don't have a spare, thing to glue together, if it doesn't work out and I have glue all over it, the video's gone. The video's over. So I just kept filming. And even if like I had like glass gems falling off things, things not sticking, and I just kept filming. So I've been documenting all of these weird things, and they were like, oh, that will make the glue company look bad. Do you see how that works in their minds? It's not them causing this problem. It's worrying about the glue company looking bad. But they're the cause of it. So I've been documenting this. They've been documenting this. They hire people to document this. It's out loud. Other people are telling their stories. At some point, I don't have to work as hard. So what they do when the moment I don't have to work as hard, they do something else to make me work harder. So they just said now I have a rocking chair and I have a clipboard with some papers. They said just now I'm looking at that clipboard with some papers. But they didn't call out that I was looking at something else. You see how that works? Meaning they can't call out everything. So they'll just call out certain things. So, they said it's because they thought I wanted to move my leg back. And if the clipboard is there, I couldn't. Well, why can't I move my leg back if the clipboard's there? That doesn't make sense. So they thought I didn't move my leg back because the clipboard was there. But if I'm looking at the clipboard, I would know the clipboard's in front of me. It's just insanity. It's insanity. It's craziness. Like, they just knock. If I move my leg back and the clipboard's there, then what? The clipboard's on my bed. But if I'm looking at the clipboard, it's not that I'm thinking about the clipboard. It's insanity. It doesn't make any sense. This is their way of trying to seem like they are mind readers. So for me, this is less of synthetic telepathy, more of mind readers. So they say, oh, that makes them sound like little gypsies. No, big gypsies, fraudsters, scammers who created a system of scamming victims who don't realize that they're not reading your mind. This isn't what you were actually thinking. It's a scam. And the reason the scam works more on us than it would other people's because they use technology to affect our brains. So what did they just say? They just said along with the at one point, but I just said at one. So I didn't say point. Okay, again, this is what real life with us would be like. We would not get along. So at one, it wasn't going to be point. At one example, and that's another thing. I would have to say things perfectly each time for them to predict it. So if I mess up, they just knocked. If I mess up, then their prediction's off. So anyway, this is like mind reading, like gypsies. So they said that they slowed down my vision. So they did acknowledge that they messed with my eyesight because they started hitting the back of my head, right above your spine. And I got like these, I don't know, like lumps. And I used to film like the lumps on my head and so forth. And I used to film all that stuff. But I moved past that because I'm taking the swelling down. So if they're slowing down my eyesight, by the time my eyes reach the point, they would have time to predict it. But they can't predict it in all cases. They can't like immediately say, I'm going to do this.
what happens is you already did it and then they say it, but they say it faster because they use a computer. So for example, if you move your eyes and you see someone walking down the street, they're like, oh, you're looking at that person walking down the street. The reason it works is because they've slowed your eyesight down, and they're not going to say it unless they can can make sure that's it. So they have to have people following you, and it's slowing down your eyesight, which is a medical issue, but also they have to have people nearby to keep it going, to keep this whole system going. But ultimately people are going to start to talk. Especially, they said that's why they don't do it to Black people like this, because Black people, we tend to talk, which goes back to what I'm talking about women and men. So it seems like the people doing this, they said they normally target white women. So I'm guessing that that means for the majority of the time, it would be white men with the technology. I don't think Black men usually have this technology. So men don't talk a lot. And white women, if they're going through this, they may not be believed. Once they put it as a Black group, then you would be around Black people, and they said we tend to talk. So then they were talking about video, YouTube video, and it's a news report. And they said in this news report, they were talking to the victims, they said they were gay men. And I don't know if, in that community they talk more and share more information, but I would like to know who was doing it to them. Meaning, I'm able to tell you who's doing it to me. I wish they were able to tell who was doing it to them. But they even said in the video that the majority of victims are white women, and that they were gay men. So this was a group of gay men saying that the majority of victims are white women. I think once it becomes a Black female, it starts to fall apart, because we are very comfortable talking about things. When they said they were trying to train me not to talk, or growing up not to speak or something like that, that's ridiculous. We tend to talk a lot, and we tend, not in an extroverted way, but in a way that if something's going on with us, we tend to express it. We don't feel that same sense of shame, or when you can't talk about something because it's happening to you. We don't tend to feel that as much as some groups, I think. So when you're talking about that part of it, victims will talk more for the most part. But also, if a Black person has this technology, we're less likely, I think, again, it might be in some groups, but we're less likely to continue to do it. Like if someone's saying, you're bothering me, you're harassing me, this is hurting me, I think Black people are less likely to continue. That's my opinion. And definitely, I think women are less likely to continue. I think the people doing this have none of that. They continue to do it right. It's being recorded. It's, someone yelling out, stop. Someone else is saying this hurts. Someone else says, they lost everything. These people continue to do it. And so they said they consider me an animal. There's the example. That right there, that person just confessed what I'm saying. That's the difference between a Black person and that person. That's not a Black person. You heard that? I'm explaining this, and I'm explaining. Someone said, they said, why didn't this stop? That's the example. Let me go back to what I'm saying. Whereas a Black person would not consider you an animal. I could not consider a human being an animal in that way. That if you're in pain, you're suffering, I'm going to keep doing it because you're an animal. I don't consider you human. I couldn't do it. They can. And in response to it, they're going to yell out and that's outside, so that's not in this noise canceling whatever that was a real live person yelling that out, and they had no hesitation, no sense of decency to say how that would make them look, because I was considered an animal, because I was considered a cockroach, a nigger. They said that word and felt nothing, and other people around them weren't like ashamed. Do you get what I'm saying? There's no shame in them. And I couldn't do it. So when they were talking about, going back, they said, oh, now we're going to talk about sexual relations. No, I'm not going to change the topic like you do. That's your predatory tactic of changing the topic. I'm staying on topic. There's no shame. There's no moment of, this is a human being to someone. I may not be a human being to you, but I'm a human being to someone. Your insult and calling me a cockroach does not in any way affect my feelings. You don't hurt my feelings. But I'm considered a human being to some people. Maybe not to you, but to some people. And this is part of the reason why they said they're going to blow their brains out. That's part of it. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's something in them, and I'm not condoning violence ever, but there's something in them that thinks these types of things won't bother someone. They said, they just tried to say are okay. No, won't bother someone. That somebody else isn't sitting back watching them saying, there's a problem right there. They just said this is strengthening their resolve. Again, not my way of speaking. This is strengthening their resolve to keep exposing me as the only person who couldn't get along with this community, and they're going to keep exposing me. And that's part of this. If I don't do what they want me to do, they're going to keep threatening me. So if I don't do this, then we're going to keep exposing you. Well, you've been exposing me for 52 years, and look what it's done. If I don't do this, then you're going to do that. So they just said, if I don't, I'm the only one who couldn't get along with this community. I wasn't supposed to. I didn't volunteer to be a part of this community. I'm not in this community. You just said it. When you say this community, I'm not included in this community. And when they said thank you, and when you try to force me to be included with this community that I don't want to be included in and threatening me, you are gang stalking me. I don't want to be around anyone who can call me a cockroach and say I'm an animal. I don't want to be around anyone who has to use this to form friendships and a community. If you have to do this to form a community, there's a problem with you, not me. I don't have to. Ask any single person involved in this that you found them. Did I pursue them? No. Ask every single person they found to include me. I did not pursue. So they just said, wow. That's my point. My point becomes, you found people who wanted me in their lives, and I didn't pursue. So the issue was not me. The issue is your community. That you, in order to bring in people, you have to force them. You have to force yourself upon them. You have to include people who consider me a cockroach. What community would that be? They said, why didn't this just stop? It's not going to stop. I think we're still filming after what? Almost 3 hours we're filming. And it's nonstop them talking. Nonstop, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So they are upset. Everything I do, there's a simpler, easier way. That's how they got into this trouble. Because they take shortcuts. They hook up with people just to get ahead. And by the time they hook up with the people just to get ahead, they don't like those people. They consider them cockroaches too. They consider them animals also. But they're too busy taking shortcuts just to get ahead. And they said that's why they eventually blow their brains out. Again, violence, that's when I have a playlist of any time in a video they mention something violent, this is going to be on that playlist. They're upset because I have a lot of playlists, but I try to do it so that if anyone's watching and keeping track of this, you guys know they just mention violence. I do not. But if you are the type of person who you know that you annoy people to this extent where they have to spend 3 hours live streaming you, then maybe my cockroachness isn't the issue. So you clearly are too much of an issue to not have to form a community of people who other people like more than you. And that's pretty much what this is about. They want to use my name like, hey, I'm with this person. I'm not with someone who calls me a cockroach, calls me a monkey, says I'm a nigger, says I'm an animal. So they're like, quick manipulation. Didn't you say all humans are part of the animal species? You didn't mean it that way. Don't try to manipulate me. This might work on your children. And this is what I'm saying. I don't trust them with kids. When they say that they are part of like the foster care system, teaching and different things, I don't trust these people with kids because that was a really quick manipulation switch. That would turn too quickly into a manipulation. To say that's why we treat you this way because you're an animal and then switch it to, aren't all humans animals? Then you're saying you treat all humans this way. Is that what you're trying to imply? So they said, we're going to meet you in the street and see how you react. That's another threat. Let's go. You wouldn't be using this technology if you would meet me in the streets. This isn't meet you in the streets technology. This is fake fantasy technology to scare people and intimidate people. But now that you have somebody who you're doing this to, and you're not doing it to a group of gay men or a group of white women, let's go. You get what I'm saying? I think white women understand what I'm saying, and gay men understand what I'm saying. And people they blackmailed through the years understand what I'm saying. When I say let's go, let's go. They won't even come near me. And when they do come near me, they come around me they're like, I'm about 5'4", maybe a little taller. They come around me with a bunch of 5'1" women and with kids with them. What are we supposed to do? They don't want this to seem like what it is, which is gang stalking. A community, we won't use the word gang or group anymore. We'll use community of people. They call it community mobbing, a community of people targeting one person to threaten them into doing something. So just now when they just threatened, that's a physical threat. And I say, let's go, all of a sudden they run because they expect me to feel intimidated or threatened by them. And they said, Shamega, this is what we meant. What did you mean? You meant to take credit for my life by bringing a bunch of crooks, thieves, and bullies around me to twist my arm enough to bring you around me. This was supposed to threaten me and intimidate me to connect with you again. That's what, gosh, whoever you meant, didn't you? And when it doesn't, and it's taking over a decade to even get this far with you,
and it not make me look like I'm crazy when all these strange things start to happen once I'm no longer around you. It then looks like you did this to force me in a relationship with you again. That's what it looks like. Gosh, Shamega. That's what it looks like. Fuck the gosh, Shamega part. Let's go. I'm not your person. I keep telling you that. Like, I've never seen people who see me in different situations and say, keep thinking I'm their person. You're not going to they say strong on me. You're not going to bully me into being your person. I was never your person. I'm not going to become your person. And we're going to keep this going because I'm warning thousands and thousands and thousands of people that you are what you are. And guess what? They're saying the same things about you. It's not like we're saying different things. We're saying this. All your victims are talking, and you can't get us all. They said they wouldn't want me to get this way. You want to know why? Because this would mean that they drove me to this point. They wouldn't want people to know who they said are affiliated with. They wouldn't want people to know who they really are. And I mean that both ways. I mean who they are as people, but who they really are and how they really got where they are and how they really treat people. Because once you start, they said every day, once you start to know that, all that other stuff is gone. You never unsee. You see and you never unsee. You see what they're about. You see how they treat people. You see who they associate with and who they bring around victims to bring victims back into this fantasy world to cover up the ultimate crime, which is child abuse. So as you guys know, I've been talking now for 3 hours. The ultimate goal is child abuse. The ultimate goal is how do we get close to people's children? They can't bring the guy in who thinks I'm a cockroach animal. They have to bring in someone like me. And I don't do that. I don't associate with children. I'm not going to be part of this. My channel is not for people under 13. I don't want kids around. So then what's the next thing they want? They want white people. White people, please, if that's what they want, then don't watch this channel because I am going to make them go through this so publicly without the people they want in this that it's going to ruin their system. You want white people, then we won't have any white people. So who else do you want to victimize? Whoever they want to victimize and use me to victimize, then I won't have around. So they're just going to be stuck with me fighting. They said that defeats all this. Exactly. This was supposed to make them look better, not show the reality of what it's like to be with them. This was supposed to be their moment. You know, like I said, how it works. They want you to feel like they're better than you while using you to make money off you, while complimenting your friend who's pretty, who they don't want to be around because they want you. So in the trick, they said it's like in a movie where if the guy wants I'll say the girl, like one particular girl, I'll just use an example. Say he wants the girl who has the curly hair. He'll compliment the straight hair girl and say how pretty her hair is. But he secretly wants the curly hair girl. So he's just messing with her mind so that she's now stressed out that her hair isn't pretty. And I'm saying that girl wouldn't be someone who is a good girlfriend. Why? Because she should say, if he wants a straight hair girl, let him have her. And the straight hair girl should say, if he wants me, I'll, whatever. It shouldn't be messing with the curly hair girl's mind. If it's messing with the curly hair girl's mind, then there's an issue. And it's not because her friend has the straight hair. It was a different issue. So when you start playing all these little mind games on me, I'm not going to fall for it. It has nothing to do with curly hair versus straight hair. It has to do with playing a mind game on me. They're now talking about something. They just said that certain people would argue with that example because what I'm saying is, why would the straight hair girl want the guy? I think that's what they said. So in that example where I'm saying, well, if the curly hair girl has ample, because why would the curly hair girl let her straight hair friend have the guy? There's the problem again. I would say, who is the curly hair girl to tell her straight hair friend what to do? So they said, exactly. Like, that's the whole point. Like, there's something in them where they're so busy manipulating everyone else's lives that they don't see when their lives are over the way it should be. Like, this should destroy the people doing this. It should destroy them. I don't think they should have violence done against them, but it should destroy them. Because it's not like they said they thought they used an example of something. I'm not even going to say exactly that I would be controlling that person. Why would I do that? Like, they can't even take responsibility for their own lives, yet they're trying to control other people's lives. That's part of this. It's part of this fantasy world they have where they're so smart that no one else notices how smart they are. Like, you're so smart that you're not getting credit for just how brilliant you are because other people are taking the spotlight from you. And if we could only all just see that you're the genius behind everything, we would all listen to you. No. So no, I do not tell my friends what to do. They lied and said that. They wouldn't be my friends, I guess, if I did that, would they? So when they say I have all these long relationships and so forth, if I was telling them all these things, they would be like, that's annoying. And that's part of this. So when we're talking about that example, the example is if a guy really wanted the curly hair girl, he should have gone after the curly hair girl. If he's messing with her mind by talking to her friend and flirting with her friend to get the curly hair girl upset, he's not the guy for her. So he's like, oh, a man just said something. Oh, so they're like, the guys I tend to date tend to like me directly. Why wouldn't they? No, I mean, really. If a guy, this is part of what I'm telling you about this group. I've never heard so much confusion. I'm going to move to another area so that you can hear this sound changes. I've never heard so much confusion. If I'm with my friends and a guy who likes me talks to me, he has a better chance of dating me than a guy who likes me talking to my friend, trying to get me to steal him from her. Because if that's really my friend, why would I try to steal him from her? He's talking to her. That means he likes her. I'm not going to sit there and do that because that wouldn't be a good friend. But in their minds, like I'm saying this because this is how their lives operate. If your friend has something that you want, then you try to take it. That's who they are. Then you don't have friends. So when they keep talking about nobody else came forward with all this crap, that's because they don't have friends. So I may have people who don't like me, but I also have friends who I don't backstab and who didn't backstab me through life. So when we're talking about all of this stuff, I'm not cheating and taking your man. I'm not. So then they said, well, didn't such and no, it did not happen. Why would that person be my friend? This is the crazy part about this. They contradict themselves. So I'm supposed to argue. When they're arguing with themselves, they said that was how they were going to create an AI computer system to argue with me. Well, they've created an AI computer system that argues with them. So the whole point becomes, they said, please, Shamega, cut this live stream off. Why? You have a live stream with me. Now I got a live stream with you. So now everybody's live streaming. So they said, oh, now everyone involved in this should live stream. You already are. Now I'm live streaming. I was the only one not live streaming, it seems. So now I got a live stream. So now they said they're missing valuable hours. It seems like they get hours of time with me in this system. But because I'm awake and they're awake and we're all arguing and we're live streaming everything, then now we all have the same level of live stream, I guess. They just said again, they're going to put all our asses in federal prison. That's another threat. They said in America we got free speech. Finally. They said, isn't that a word I always say? A lot of people say the word finally. So they said these were supposed to be my catchphrases. If these catchphrases belong to me, then how come I hear other people saying it? They said these are just part of the English language. Yeah, just like the word suddenly. Suddenly is part of the English language. Finally is part of the English language. So suddenly, if I say suddenly, then I'm finally proving that I have a catchphrase? No. They said that's too clever for us. They said this is such a waste of time. They said, please don't over promote these live streams. I don't know what that means. They use over a lot. That's their catchphrase. Like they said, over correct, over promote, over, like they use the word over a lot. They said overreact. So I don't know what overcorrect is, but they were using that a lot. Like they said overcorrect means when you correct me too much. So there's a level of correcting me that isn't overcorrecting, it's just correcting, then it's overcorrect. They just said they're going to run up on this bitch and punch her in the face. Again, here's the threat. Here's the violence. This goes on the playlist. They said we heard them knock. Yeah, that's because they're above. They just said this defeated us thoroughly. Something they're talking about, I don't get what they're saying. They said they're trying to mirror my way of speaking. Again, cloning. Because this is part of this. It's supposed to be similar to me, but it's also supposed to be identity theft. When this started, they said that they were calling people saying that they were with me and we were friends and so forth, and we weren't, clearly. And they said, how can I say that? How can I say we weren't friends? We weren't. I don't know you. Like, I don't know these people. They said that they went to school with me. What school? They said this started in Cardinal Spellman. Then they just said, that's a lie. So they don't know me. And this is what's so sad about this. How do they hire people to pretend to be me and steal my identity to lure in white people who they said that's their desired audience for this? Well, they said a few of them like us best. Who does? A few of who? They said a few of the white people you claimed you knew. What white people? They just said the high school crush. They said, and someone said, don't say that. What, the high school crush liked you best? They just said my name, and they said they what, something along the lines of they wanted to prove that I don't really know these people. I actually knew the high school crush, and he knows me. This is the funny part about this. What did they say? They saying the more I talk about that, the more these people are gonna know they're lunatics. The funny part about this is that they keep talking about, it seems like they filmed certain things, and when I went to my high school reunion, I danced with my high school crush and they kept talking about it. So when they say I didn't know him, it was supposed to make it seem like I had a crush on a guy that I didn't know. They said, but the real question is, did he have a crush on you? I don't know. They said I'm trying to make myself seem like nobody ever liked me. See, they said that's their psychological operation. I do think they're stalkers. So they're trying to make it sound like I'm a stalker, that I kind of just like guys and they don't like me back, and I embarrass myself by stalking men that don't want me. So they're like, please, Shamega, don't make it sound that way. He actually liked you back. But that's not my psychological, if that's not my personality assessment. My personality assessment is I wouldn't care if you lied and said I'm somebody who men don't like. I'm obviously not a stalker, but I wouldn't care if you said I have crushes on the types of men who wouldn't find me attractive. That wouldn't bother me, but that would bother them because they legitimately are that. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's true for them, not for me. So, is it true for me? No. But if that was how they wanted me to look, it wouldn't bother me. Like, they said something, but the whole thought behind it is, if I am seen as a woman who no man wants, but I am attracted to men, that would not bother me. It would bother them because they're stalking me and probably other people who don't want them. So it's reality for them, and they don't want me to look like I'm doing that. But it's okay for them to look like they're doing that. I don't understand that, but that's how this was supposed to be. So they keep talking about that high school thing to kind of make me feel like, look, he didn't want you. And I'm okay with that. The reason why I feel that I'm okay with it seeming like I had this crush on some guy, and they're like, oh yeah, you were dating, you had your boyfriend, and then you developed this crush on this guy and you left your boyfriend for that guy. Yeah, that's not really what happened, but yeah. And this is part of this. This is part of how come this wasn't going to work. They said that they thought when I worked at Saks Fifth Avenue, I was much quieter. Again, why? Why'd you think that? They say they just keep switching from topic to topic. Exactly. This is how it is. It's like they keep jumping from one topic to the next topic to the next topic. So the fantasy they had was that when I was in high school, I had a boyfriend. And I wasn't supposed to have boyfriends in their fantasy world. In their fantasy world, I was just supposed to be, I don't know, just there. And I was supposed to be secretly jealous of all these gorgeous girls. Like in my school, to me, everyone was attractive. That's how I thought of everyone. I think I tend to think that way a lot, that I find people attractive. So I thought a lot of people were attractive. So I was supposed to be sitting there for 4 years around attractive people and being jealous of them, feeling like I'm so horrible, and going through all of that. And yet they wouldn't have said that at the time. Do you get what I mean? Like at the time they weren't saying that. So if I was really feeling that and this was happening to me back then, why weren't they talking about that? Why wasn't that the issue? It seems like everything becomes an issue for them, but that wasn't the issue. That wasn't the issue for this also. They said something, please, Shamega, shut this live stream off. No, let's keep going. Anyway, so if I'm like I said, I would have been like 13, 14, 15, 16, and I graduated when I was 17. That's a really, you know, time. I was going to say like time like when as a kid you're supposed to feel like you're starting to grow up. You're starting to become your own person. And if I was sitting around feeling that way about myself, you mean these people who hate me wouldn't have made it worse? So they're saying that I was going through all this and they hate me so much and they wouldn't have tried to like rub it in like, look, you're so nobody wants you, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I had a boyfriend and I talked about this in another video, I think 2 or 3 or whatever. And I wanted to write about it. I wanted to write about how like this whole thing happened to me and I had a crush on a guy. And they were afraid I would write about it because it would reveal this. Now, that wouldn't make sense because at the time I didn't know about all of this. But I think they're saying that it would reveal that they were trying to sabotage my relationship with my boyfriend and with the guy I had a crush on, which admits right there that I had a little back and forth with the guy I had a crush on. Not when I was with my boyfriend in that way, if you know what I'm saying. So they want to try to get it to the point that it seems like I left my boyfriend for this other guy. And everyone knows I did not. Everyone knows that. And it seems like, you know, for them, they feel like if they can kind of keep going over the same topic over and over again, they could kind of say, aha, you know what I mean? Like how many decades later? That was like 1991. So we're talking about decades later, they could feel like they could trap me. They would have trapped me had I left my boyfriend for someone else in 90 or 91, they would have trapped me back then. Nobody ever said that because it didn't happen that way. And if they're trying to make it out like, oh, we were always doing this, oh, we're from Spelman, anyone from Spelman knows that didn't happen. And they would have, if they were these people, they would have said it right there. Because they would have been trying to look for something, you know what I mean? Start trouble. They were troublemakers, you know, these people are, not the Spelman kids. These people are troublemakers. So they would have said it right then and there. They would have been like, oh, you left your boyfriend for this guy. So then right there, they also admit that they were trying to sabotage the crush relationship, which means I knew the guy. It wasn't like it was a fantasy. Okay, I'm going to pause this for 1 second. Okay, so I just took a little break. I have these like little brownies that I just ate. So so we're going back to high school, which they're obsessed with. You want to know why they're obsessed with it? Because they don't want me to ever write that story. And like I said, I will eventually write it, but I'm not gonna write it as reality. I'm gonna write it as a fantasy. Just like I told you they had like these sexual fantasies. I'm gonna write it as I probably will do it as a sexual fantasy. That would be fun. But I would have to change the names and change a lot of things about it. I'm just gonna get up for 1 second. I'll be right back. So yeah, I probably will do it as sort of like a sexual fantasy, like a kind of, those teen, if you're Gen X, you grew up with me with those teen movies and those teen books that were kind of sexual, but not, but it dealt with how it felt to go through, like, dating and being a teen. And it's like we grew up with a lot of movies like that. We grew up with a lot of books like that. And that's pretty much what I would like to, the direction I would like to do it in. And if they said, what about publishing? I probably would try to self-publish it. I mean, I think it would just be fun. But I really want to write about that. So let's go back to what they're arguing. So their argument is that probably never happened, and that I probably just kind of liked the guy and he didn't know it. And he probably wouldn't have chosen me, and I wouldn't have gotten, like they said, they didn't want me to get the guy. So they're like going on about that. They go on about that a lot. I think they said it was like kind of, it wasn't supposed to be, they said it wasn't supposed to be me. Like, I wasn't supposed to be that girl who would get the guy, who would have the attention, who would be able to feel those emotions. So I think I wasn't supposed to be the girl who goes to high school, gets a high school experience that isn't, how can I explain it? Like, without, because every time I start to talk, they start to say something and interrupt. I wasn't supposed to be the girl who goes to high school and has that kind of high school experience we saw in the movies. Like, growing up, we saw a lot of that in the movies. Like, it's not, it's, so they're trying to twist the high school, the way we saw high school in the movies to how it probably is now. But back when I was a kid, when you go to high school, you're supposed to be like not cool. You're supposed to look like a weirdo because your face is changing. You're growing up from that little elementary school face to that more adult looking face. So when I was a kid, all the movies show that, like, you were funny looking, and they said funny looking is supposed to be an insult. No, it's not. It's not an insulting thing. But you grow, your face is moving from child face to teen face to adult face. So all the shows, you were like a funny looking kid. You get to high school and it's hard adjusting because you went from, like, when you were in elementary school, like, the classes are small and you had your little group of friends and your teachers were always there. You had, it was more like everything in elementary school was, you didn't really have your own little thing. They made sure you were always part of the elementary school, classroom setting. But in high school, you had time when you were away from the elementary school classroom setting. You had, they gave you more freedom. So all the movies I grew up watching, you're funny looking when you start school. Then you see a guy, you get a crush on him, and then you start to date somebody, and then you end up graduating with new people that you didn't have before. Like that's how most of the themes of every like movie was when I was growing up. So you start out funny looking, then you grow into your face and you look better, and then you have these great relationships at the end. So I wasn't supposed to have that according to this group. So they sabotaged me, which is their word, so I wouldn't have it. But I had it, which goes to show like for them if I got to high school and I found my way and I ended up having a boyfriend. My boyfriend didn't attend that school. He attended a different high school. But I found my way. I had my little friends. I had the crush guy. Then I would have seemed like I was successful. Like that was the theme of the movies at the time. That was the theme of my experience. And I wasn't supposed to have that experience. I was supposed to have the more difficult experience. So when all of the difficulties did happen and it got resolved so quickly, it wasn't supposed to be that way. So it wasn't supposed to be like a quick resolution. But that goes back to why I'm saying that it had to be that way. They just said in my case. No, I think it had to be that way because I did grow up. You know what I mean? Like I grew up, I had my little group of friends. They knew me, I knew them, and it wouldn't be a big deal. You know, like if I had if what they're implying is that had I been this horrible person who didn't have they're saying, oh no, not me, my group of friends. But they don't want to talk about the beginning. The beginning is you don't have a group of friends if you're a horrible person. So they're saying, oh, does not mean like I'm flattering myself. No, I'm telling you the truth. Like this is the part of the truth of this. If I didn't grow up and have a group of friends around me who were good, then the horribleness they put into my life would have made it worse. That would be the bigger issue. And I wouldn't have had the boyfriend who I remained in contact with, which they didn't know. I wouldn't have had, they said, oh boy, I wouldn't have had the high school crush who, when he saw me at the reunion, treated me nicely. You know what I mean? Like it would have been a horrible situation otherwise. So they're like, well, why do I want, here they go. Here it is. They said this is supposed to be interview style. Why would I want to write about the high school crush? It wasn't just about the high school crush. It was about the whole situation. But I can't do it now that they did all this horribleness because they said, oh, why don't you want to tell anyone he didn't get back in touch with you? I don't even know if he knew I was looking for him. That's part of what they did. They said that they blocked my calls. And they said, they're yelling again about something. They said they blocked my calls and my calls didn't really go to him because I wanted to write about this. So they said, oh, that's new information. That's part of this. Part of this whole problem was that once this started to happen, I became so isolated. They said they really wanted me to move on from this. Why? They said because that's exactly what may have happened. They just said that. Meaning he might not have known that I was trying to get in touch with him. They said, well, why didn't I ask him all this at the reunion? What? They said, oh, that made you stop and think for a second. Then someone else is saying something else. They say, put him off. So, okay, so pretty much what they're arguing now is that when I saw him at the reunion, why didn't I tell him all this and why did it take so much longer to get the word out? It actually did not. Truth, you know, they can't take the truth. We tried to talk and everyone kept pulling us apart. That's the truth. They said, oh, what do I know? which is part of this. They said the elementary school mate's name and thank you, which is part of this. Why do they keep pulling us apart? Like, they say, oh, knowing you, you're going to title that this. No, I won't. The reason they had to keep pulling us apart is, again, I couldn't have that. I couldn't have the boyfriend. I couldn't have the high school crush. I couldn't have the moment at the reunion where we were together without them pulling us apart. I couldn't have it. So they said there's something they kept, a phrase they kept using. They wouldn't let me have it, or I couldn't have it, or they said cut us all off. They said people are listening to them. Yeah, they are. So they said, you know how they said, similar to a movie, they wouldn't want me to have it. I couldn't have that. So they're upset because I have an extension cord and I don't want to move the cord close to my bed. And now they're trying. Guess why I don't want to move the cord close to my bed? So when I want to charge my phone, I keep sitting close to the extension cord instead of just moving the extension cord close to my bed. So someone just said something about electrocuting. I don't want to electrocute myself. Anyway, this is why this is a conversation and not my head, because this sounds like a normal conversation would if they were involved in it, where it's just jumping from topic to topic. So now they want to bash people now instead of being adults. So they said, didn't I bash people by saying they kept pulling us apart? No, that isn't bashing anyone. They said it sounds like that to me. Well, that sounds like that to you. That's your opinion. So anyway, so it wasn't supposed to, it's not supposed to be about me. If it's legitimately about me, listen, let me tell you this. They said, oh, we're going to put you in touch with, oh, they just threatened to put me in touch with the high school crush. They say, tell us why they wouldn't let that happen. So now they want answers. We want answers. Because they said that would put me in touch with there were a coalition that's against them. So he was part of the wrong group, which is partly why this would have been such an interesting story. Like, he was part of the wrong group. And they admitted it. So now I can talk about that a little bit, and without saying his name. They created a little fantasy world where they could try to sabotage what I'm doing based on nothing. So in their mind, I was part of many different groups, including a bit of a link to his group. So his group was not anti my group. I was not anti his group. At some point, he wasn't anti their group either. But something happened, I don't know, that suddenly they had to try to go against his group. So decades later, they felt the same way, I think, at the reunion. So they were going to use me against him. They said, oh, see, Shamega's savvy. I don't think I'm savvy. I think it was common sense, even back in high school. It was, how are we going to get to them? How are we going to keep bugging them? And this is part of this. It's part of this whole system that I realize now. At the time, I was only 17 when all of this was going on. It would have been too hard for me to understand the full system, the full program. But it's always about using me to hurt someone. So they said, don't I feel scared that he doesn't feel the same way? It's not, what I'm talking about isn't from his point of view, it's from my point of view. So they said there's another one of their worries, or their, come together worries. It wasn't supposed to be about, they changed it to he's like a little prostitute in high school who's sucking me in to mess with my head. He wasn't that type of person. He was actually friends of a friend of mine. And I saw him around, but it wasn't until senior year that we really kind of had more of they just said contact, but more of more opportunity to get to know each other. So he wasn't like a prostitute who was luring me in or a honey trap or honey pot or anything like that. He was like a real person. And they're talking to each other now. So it wasn't, and his friends wouldn't be that way either, meaning like if this was all like a big trap, they wouldn't go along with it. He wouldn't go along with it. And it wasn't that set up, meaning it wasn't set up that way. So what they're trying to say is that he was probably just playing with me and he didn't really like me. They said all these years something they just talk about. Anyway, that he didn't really like me. He was trying to probably just lure me in and make fun of me. That wasn't who I was. If you understand what I mean, like they said exactly. It would have been weird, especially back then. We're talking about in the 90s, before people were like, they're talking like people were like that kind of way where we were so sophisticated, grown. We weren't grown. We were just regular kids. And we wouldn't be sophisticated enough to set someone up to be, they said, the laughing stock. We weren't sophisticated like that. And that's part of this. It wasn't like we would be able to do that. So even at the reunion, you could tell clearly that wasn't the point. They didn't want us to have time to talk to each other at the reunion alone. So clearly it wasn't us that seemed to have an issue. It was this other issue that I didn't understand until now. And back in the 1990s, it wouldn't have worked out that he would like, and here's their fantasy. Their fantasy is that I had a boyfriend, he was going to take me away from my boyfriend, then leave me and say you're a bitch because you jumped your boyfriend for me. Well, that didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like if that happened, then maybe that would have been the fantasy, but it didn't happen. If it had happened, then I could decades later question like, oh, maybe he just did this all to take me from my boyfriend and set me up. Well, that didn't happen. And then the other part of that is that if it did happen that way, they wouldn't stop me from having contact with him. Because if he was going to just play the role of messing with my head, he would be the first person they would have involved. The first person. They would have called him up and been like, we need you to mess with our head again. But also going back to how we were when I was growing up, we weren't sophisticated kids like playing these types of really in-depth games on one another and twisting the facts and sabotage. We didn't have time. We didn't have the mindset to do that. We didn't have like the ability to do that either. So when I wanted to write about this, the thought of writing about it came to me after the reunion. So when they're like, oh, didn't you say, whatever, the whole thought of putting it together this way came to me after the reunion. Came to me like, wow, if the way I wanted to write about it, it struck me at the reunion. And so they're like, they just said, oh, didn't I say I wanted to write about it before the reunion? No, I said I was in Vegas, and I can't remember what year now because of all this craziness. Usually I keep, I keep souvenirs of like my plane tickets and so forth. I can't find anything from when I was in Vegas. I think I went either 2010 or 2011. I can't remember what year. And the movie, which I loved, A Bronx Tale, became a play. And I have a picture, and I put it online, where I'm standing in front of a Vegas casino hotel, and you see the big sign for the Bronx Tale play behind me. So I went to Vegas. I didn't get to see the play, but I loved the movie. And I went to Vegas, and I took a picture in front of the sign. And that was before the reunion. When I got to the reunion and this whole thing happened, because you guys know I like to write and I like movies and things like that, I thought, boy, this would be a good topic. My real life Bronx Tale. Kind of a play on it. Not exactly literally, but a play on it. And by the time everything happened that night, I couldn't get it together. How am I supposed to sit down and explain this to people? It's just too complicated. But I started thinking about it. And then by about 2016, because I was writing with Yahoo Contributor Network until about 2014. So by the time I was no longer writing with them, I built my own brand with Cup of Jar Productions. And I got a website. I got another website for something else, and I did the YouTube channel. So as I started writing more for myself and incorporating my own life story into what I was writing more than before, I started playing with the idea, So by 2016, I had already been doing that since 2014. I said, boy, that would make a really good book. And then once I thought of it as a book, it was not going to be my real life Bronx Tale as much as it would be letters to blank blank, his name, first and last name. They said, why do I always say first and last name? I don't know. So I started to write it, and it couldn't come together without his end. So I never wrote it. And they're like, well, why did I need him? Because I needed him to answer a few questions about his side of it and get his permission. Now, I'll end up writing it in some way on my own, and I'll just self-publish. Even if no one buys it, it will be my part of the story. But they even admitted after all of this, once you have all of this involved, it's going to be a better story. But I can't use the person's name. I can't use his ideas, which is part of why I wanted to speak to him, because I would have liked to have had his ideas, and I would have loved to have had him kind of more involved. And they said, well, why should I focus on that more than my boyfriend? Because once all of this started to happen in 2016, something was up, something weird. And they said, that's exactly what they're afraid of. That's what they just said. And that's exactly what they're afraid of. So they said they don't think he got the message. In my heart, I think he got the message and decided not to get involved. See, that's what my heart tells me. And I think that's for the best. If he didn't want to get involved, then that's fine. I'm not going to label him as part of this system. That to me feels like they just say that's exactly how they are. Exactly. That to me feels like it's me being fake. It's me saying, well, he didn't want to get involved, then it means that he's a horrible person. No, I think he's right. But in my heart, I feel like he knows this. I'm on the internet. There are enough people in Cardinal Spellman who know that I'm on the internet. If he wanted to contact me, he could have left a comment, and he didn't. And I don't feel that's a rejection of me. I think had they not been involved, it would have been. Yeah, I think if they had not been doing all this, someone said she's smart. If they had not been doing all this and he didn't contact me, I would have been like, "Ah," you know. But once all this happened, I think he did the right thing. You know, if he had contacted me with all of this going on, it wouldn't have been right. So that's part of how I look at it. But once you have all of this happening and then that story, to me, it makes the story makes more sense. They said at the time, here's how sick this whole thing is. They said at the time they were talking to me, and part of what they were telling me at the time was that I was going to have sex with him, and that they knew I was a virgin and I wouldn't be able to handle that, which goes back to them lying and saying I was laying up with some man when I was 15. I wasn't. And part of this is, let me just go back. I'm going to go back into the area where their sounds are so that maybe you can hear them. Part of that is so weird that they were saying that they were trying to make me so afraid of him that if we got together, we would have sex. And they were like, well, you weren't that type of person. Like, I wasn't prepared for those feelings at 17. And in a way, I'm wondering, like, to me, that's part of my book idea, which it gets me angry that they're even talking about it. But in a way that goes back to what I said, which proves when I was talking about like lustful feelings, I wasn't prepared for anything like that. And they are admitting that. And how me choosing to write about that would be something I would want to ask his permission. I wouldn't want to just write about that without his permission, because I think they say, no, men have feelings. I think that's what they just said. Men have feelings. So the whole point becomes, if that's how they looked at it at the time, then they just said something like, then maybe they were talking to me about that at the time. But my question to them is, who talked to me about that at the time? They now switch the topic. Do you hear that little gurgle in your throat? This system is doing it. That's my point. It's a muscle. They have a system that can mess up your muscles, which is part of why they said this was a way of defense, and they used it against me. But that isn't answering my question. Who was talking to me about being afraid of being around him because I may have sex with him? They said, we're not going to use the seance. They said, we're not going to use the seance feature on this topic. But they admit that that's true. So part of what they're saying, what did they say? Someone said they just called the cops. Part of this is them messing up relationships, which goes back to what I'm telling you. Trying to say, well, if you're around this man, you're going to have sex with him. Who are they? They don't want to answer. They don't want to talk about this. So the fear, again, this is the fear. This is the brainwashing. Men are bad. Men are dirty. They smell bad. You're going to have sex with them. You can't be around them. We're protecting you from them. They said he would have helped. But men are bad. You know what I mean? Like, it's that brainwashing. that if you're alone with a man, he's going to have sex with you. You're not ready for that. You're not that woman. You can't handle that. That's the brainwashing. So they said during all of this, they said the night of the reunion, had he been single, I would have had sex with him. That's the theme. So what I'm saying is, they said, someone just said he's got a lot of sex appeal or something like that. Something like that, like he's got a lot of sex appeal, because that's the theme. Everything with, especially this particular person with them, he's gonna have, you're gonna have sex with this guy. You're gonna have sex with this guy. And they keep talking, and I can't talk to you and hear what they're saying. So the whole point is, that's the theme with this. So as I'm saying, I want to write this story and so and so and so, they're saying that we would have had sex. I wasn't prepared for that. Excuse me. What did they just say? They said that's why they kept him away from me. Which goes to show, here we are again. We're at the same point where if I'm involved with the man, they feel the need to keep me away from them. They feel the need to keep doing things to sabotage me from having relationships, because I may have sex. I may form a sexual relationship. And I think the reason is because, excuse me, once I begin to have a sexual relationship with a man, it's a stronger connection, and it's harder for them to keep messing it up. It's constantly making both sides, me and the man, think, well, is this something? Is this not something? Are we feeling this? Or are we not feeling this? So it's like you questioning whether there's a connection there. So when I talk about I want to write this, it seems like they're writing it themselves. And that's why I'm angry, because I do believe they're using my life stories to write about. So they're going to start writing about how I went through in high school, these relationships with men, well, boys at the time, that were positive for me. But then there's a book that depicts relationship with boys as being negative for me. Then when I'm at a reunion and I want to talk to this person, I'm being pulled away from him. Then now they're making me think maybe he didn't get the message. He may have gotten the message I was looking for him and chose not to respond, which is his choice. That doesn't make him a bad person. But now they're seeing the same idea I have, and they're stealing it from me right in front of you, folks. You guys get to witness that the same feeling that I'm talking about, the emotions you have when you're 16, 17 years old, and now they're creating a whole fantasy from it. So they say, oh no, we created this fantasy with him at the time. So you're saying that you took advantage of high school students and created sexual fantasies of them? They said this is how the system works. So that's my point. I think that could be why they didn't want they said an actual relationship. Exactly. Because if in an actual relationship in general, I gotta move back where I was. In an actual relationship in general, those two people are going to get to know each other, and these people can't be involved with them for long. So every situation I'm in, they want to be a part of it. But they couldn't be a part of it if I'm having a real genuine connection with someone. So they said I think they just said this made the situation worse because they regret the idea that, what did they say? They said they regret all of this. But the idea that you're putting high school students in any sort of sexual relationship, especially as depicted in the book, The Northbury Papers, is so horrible that it took me years to get to a point where I could think about it. So the same person who's me that I want to put in a positive situation where she's more experiencing life, especially with men, or boys, is depicted in a different book as being a victim of a rape. And the horribleness of that compared to the beauty. They said the word beauty. But it is beautiful of when you're developing and you meet a boy and you feel those feelings. That to me is very beautiful, but to distort it and make it into a rape thing is like, what? It's too hard for my brain to process. So when they took the idea from me and they turned it into, you're going to have sex with him. You're going to have sex with him. You're going to have sex with him. It's that brainwashing that you can't have any relationship with males without that happening. So that's what happened with that story, and why every time they bring it up, they think it's going to bother me. It doesn't bother me as much because I think he did the right thing if he didn't feel comfortable getting involved in all this, because what man would? Like, really, what man would? And also, it would involve something that wasn't like my fantasy. If it had been my fantasy, he would have called me up and been like, or contact me some way and been like, you're kind of nutty. You know what I mean? This didn't happen. But if he had his feelings and I had my feelings and these people are trying to make money off them, it wouldn't work, would it? So they said that's why they're surprised I didn't write the book yet. No, I don't want to be around them when I write it, because I don't want them guessing what I'm going to write next, putting their, you're going to have sex into it. They said that, they just said they're taking my whole situation offline. I pooped out. I'm triggering the gang stalking community. I think I triggered them years ago. They said something along the lines of, this is their fantasy. Who they? They said they. They said they're going to go back to playing the morality police. They said if they don't like the way I'm living, they're just going to take me down. They say, please stop repeating everything they say. Then someone yelled out the window. They said, thank God, or something like that. Then they said, no, they aren't. They said, Shamega, they're just going to take this whole world away from you. They said they thought they could live together. They said something that I said about the high school crush doesn't ring true. What doesn't ring true? They said, oh, I'm surprised you're not going to make fun of us saying ring true. What doesn't ring true? Oh, they said, what about the black boyfriend? That's a different book. They said, they said, they said, get us away from her. Okay, so anyway, going back to the high school crush thing. So in their moral policing, I guess the high school boyfriend was an issue. The high school crush was an issue. The reunion was an issue. um so they just argue that I told you guys I was friends with someone from 1987, and she's the reason I went to the reunion. The reunion was in 2011, and they said, oh, even that person said your drinking was an issue. Then they said, no, she didn't. They said, why are you telling everyone this? Why are you telling everyone this? That's the point. They're saying it to humiliate me in the streets. But when I repeat it, they're upset. Didn't you guys have the idea that I should be humiliated in the streets? They said everything we did went so bad. So anyway, so the high school friend from 1987 is the reason I went to the reunion in 2011. She was going, and so they said that was 20 years, but you got to add on the fact that we were friends since from freshman year. And they said all these long-term relationships. I had a lot of them, and I mean close relationships. Like my mom knew her mom. You know, we were friends like that. It wasn't just like hi bye friends. It was like we were friends that our parents knew each other, and we were good friends. So they said that she was concerned that I was drinking too much that night. This did nothing but promote me, meaning that I had all these long-term friendships that were close. But this is part of this. When I was very sick, you guys know, who anyone who's been watching this channel know I was very sick. They started to change my life story. I started to become someone who nobody was friends with. I was so ugly. I never had a boyfriend. All the men were with me because they wanted something from me. Just now, even now, the high school crush didn't exist. It was something I made up to I guess, I don't know, make it up. I was a stalker. I was stalking him. They said I was stalking celebrities. I was doing all this weird stuff. So now that I'm well and I can actually talk back to these people doing all this and this computer program, it's not working out. Now suddenly this is a bad idea. But when I was sick and they're arguing, it became like I'm some crazy woman who nobody liked. I was weird. I was a weirdo. I was they said something about when you you creep people out. Like I was a creep, pretty much. And and I'm saying, like, when did this happen? But when you're so sick, or if something happened to me, they would be the ones telling everybody this. So they said they're still going to surround me with this. Do you understand what they mean when they say surround? That means they're going to block everyone else block everyone else off so that they're the ones around me. And they already said they hate me. So they think this is their way of keeping me from everyone until they can find a way to take my ideas and make it better for them. Not for me, but for them. So even the idea of that story is now something that they've taken over. I want to talk about, they talked about that, but I want to talk about, more recent things. I don't know. Somebody, they said more recent things when they were talking about that book that I wanted to write and this whole idea, which I'm sure now they'll take over. They said they wanted it to be about me and the college boyfriend who we didn't last for very long. And we dated not as boyfriend and girlfriend in my freshman year of college. And then we dated again my senior year of college. And we went to the senior ball together. So at one point, it seems like they kept changing his age. Now they say that he was older than he said he was. When I met him, I was a freshman in college, and I had just turned 18. And he was going to turn, I don't remember if it was 24 or 25. In a video around 2022 that I did, I said he was going to turn 26. So they said they told me his age was a little older. I'm not sure, but they're like, oh, why didn't you correct the video? I may have made a note, but they were trying to get me to delete the video. I don't have to delete the video. At some point, I'm just going to do clips, shorts of those videos and just change it because I'm not sure of his age now because they admitted that he could have lied about his age and he was a little older. So they said they're right. So he must have lied about his age and he was a little older. So what happened in that freshman year for me, he was just a lot. You know what I mean? I was only 18, new to school. He was a lot. I had been, dating guys and so forth, and I wasn't ready for that type of relationship. By senior year, we dated, wasn't a long term, and they were like, oh, you dated for months, but I said it was weeks. I think it was weeks. I pretty much have my calendar and so forth. It was weeks. It wasn't months. And they wanted to make that story of the high school crush about him. So they were trying to change it so that instead of being a story about me in high school, it was me in college and he was a person. But that wouldn't have been the same type of story because I was 18. The second time I was 21. And it wouldn't have been a story of that type of feeling that you get when you're very young and becoming an adult. And also, they said we were right about something. I don't know. And also, if they wanted to change the man from the high school guy to the college guy, it would have been a completely different story. It wouldn't work with that story. And then they said they hated him, meaning the college person. And part of this becomes, well, that was what I dated him in 1995 the last time. You're talking about what, 31 years ago. So they're trying to say what they know today or even what they felt back then versus what I would know and feel back then and today. I didn't know about the system back then. I didn't know he was part of it. I didn't know how this was supposed to work, that they have to keep in touch with their victims so that so it seems like you're writing about them currently, as opposed to just writing about the past. So this whole surveillance and monitoring is how they're doing it, because he's one of the people involved and he's not around me. So they use this to keep this whole system going. I didn't know that. So he could not be part of it. You get what I mean? Like the high school guy could be part of it, but the person who's part of this system could not be the person I write about. So they said, someone call me. They just said to someone, call me. So if he was part of this, and there's a big age difference, as you guys know, there's an issue. So even when I was 18, like you say, oh, 18's an adult, it's still a big age difference. 21's an adult, but it's still a big age difference. So it wouldn't have been the same type of story. And so they said, now they see. Yeah, they see now how they're not thinking. This wasn't like a guy who was my age. This was a guy who pursued me. And when you're talking about, they talked about being pursued, you're talking about an older guy who pursued me. And even if you like him, dislike him, it changes the situation and how it would be seen today. Back then, it wasn't seen as a huge deal. Today, people are much more sophisticated and they would see it as there's an issue. The other thing is, they said, well, why wouldn't I have thought of my ex-boyfriend who I was with for a long time? They just recently said we were together for a long time. Why wouldn't I have written about him? Again, we're talking about I was older. When I met him, I was 23. I was 23. And so they were trying to say, like, oh, I wasted a lot of my life with certain guys. The problem with saying that is that those weren't bad relationships. Like, this is a bad relationship with them. So are they saying that because they're trying to say that they had better relationships? Or are they saying that because they want me to look like I made bad choices in my life when I didn't? Then how could they then say they want to take credit for coaching me gently and sort of guiding me through my life? It wouldn't make sense. The other point about that is that the guy who I spent a long time with, we really got along well. And again, he was someone who was around. He met the girl who I knew from 1987. So they were like, oh, you never introduced your boyfriends to people. No, he met her. And she never said anything bad about him. And, they tried to lie and say that I was bad mouthing him. No, they met each other. So I met someone in 1987 who met someone who I stayed in a relationship for years with. And so when they try to say that they just use the word siloed. One time they were doing this at night and they got so angry because they were like, they had something like, I forgot what kind of way they phrased something, but it was so them. I'm no longer like making fun of it as it was like so them. And I started making fun of it and they got really angry with me. And but that's how they speak. Like, I siloed my boyfriends. So anyway, so that was a lie. It's a lie. They, the woman who I went to the reunion with met the long-term boyfriend I had, and never said anything bad about him. So why wouldn't I not write about my relationship with him? I think it's because there was a different level of love involved in that. You know, when you're in a long-term relationship with someone, you have to love that person. So I think they were going to expose him. They're like, no, they're not. No, 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 no. As you know, faking everything and so forth. He wasn't the type of person who could fake things. When they were talking about this is the insult. They always have to have a way of insulting me. That I always pick these types of guys who are like him, kind of just regular, talk regular. You know, they're not like silo type guys. They were oh, that's what they just said. They said the phrase they used that I was teasing about them about is they said, "Isn't life grand?" or "Isn't that grand?" So I was like, "Who speaks that way? Like, who says that?" Anyway, so they said if some celebrity has said it, I would think it's funny. No, I wouldn't. I would think that's weird. That's why I try not to listen to celebrity interviews, because if I really like someone, I don't really want to know. I don't want it to affect like what I like about them. So if I think they're a great musician, I don't want their personality to get in the way of it. You know, if they're a great actor, I don't want their personality to get in the way of it. You know, it's just how I am. If I like something or someone, and I want to kind of keep that image of them. You know, so anyway, so that the saying was that they were saying was, "Isn't that grand? Isn't life grand?" Anyway, so he wouldn't have said anything like that. He was just a regular person. And if I had written about that relationship, I would have to write it from a point of love. So we say, let's go down the line. We say one would be the high school boyfriend was definitely love. He's going to be the future. The lust, I'll quote them, we would have had sex. The college boyfriend, he was just too old. And then the guy I stayed with for a long time, we loved each other. He was a regular person, and we could just be ourselves. So I'm going to let you guys listen now. Let them talk all they want, and I'm going to stop talking. I'll be back. So I'm still here, but I'm just letting you listen. They said that's me dusting my feet. No, it's me actually rubbing my feet together. So now they said their system, they went upstairs to, they said they're still upstairs. And they said this is a system to get me to go to sleep at a certain time. So I ruined their system because it's like they're not able to do it. They said this is they said this destroyed my sweet lady attitude. They said old sweet old lady attitude. When did I have a sweet old lady attitude? They didn't answer that. They said the seance part is over. They said you weren't supposed, meaning I wasn't supposed to go down the wrong path with anybody we knew. They said this doesn't look like she ever went down the wrong path. They said they're removing we from this. They said then there would be nothing. So they keep going over the same things over and over again. This is all this is. It's like something happens and decades later they keep going over the same thing. They said that's why the CIA shadow banned me. They just said, why can't I say that person's name? That person is no longer allowed to be mentioned on my channel. I banned that person's name from both of my channels, which was why I used that last opportunity to say it, and that ends it. So this is now the end of all of that. So we're going into like a new stage of this. They said then I won't repeat the flattering part. But you want to know what's so weird about all of this is that when you're talking about it, they said don't go back to our Bronx community. What's that? Where is that place? They said, oh, they said that wasn't me. They said don't go back into any park where we are. What park? They said, no, that wasn't me. So it seems like there was supposed to be other people who seemed to be me. So, so just going back to their image of me as a little black old lady. It's strange to me that they have a personality assessment for like each type of person. So when I look not like a little old black lady, I guess I was seeming like a little old black lady and I was supposed to be a certain type of person. Now I'm seeming like myself and I'm a different type of person to them. So when they said that, they were like, oh, it's like multiple personalities. They're like, no, no, I said something along the lines of that. But that goes back to how they think. Like a life in life according to them, people aren't people don't have responses to different things. If you are a little old black lady, then you have to behave this way. And if you don't, then you're a bad person. So it's like you don't have the ability to be a human where sometimes you're human and you respond this way, you respond that way. This is supposed to be you respond the same way in every situation. And there's a way that if you're this type of person, then you respond this way. If you're that type of person, and they use it like with celebrities, but I'm not in that world. You can tell they're in the entertainment business. A lot of things that they talk about, very entertainment business, you know, not regular people. So when they tried to, they said they always wanted to put me into the entertainment business. Exactly. Finally, they get it when they were saying, oh, you always wanted to do this. You always wanted to do that. You always, they said, they finally admitted that they were trying to push me in that direction. And by the time I was like, no, this isn't for me, you know, it's not who I am. It was like they kept kind of trying to do it because those entertainers are so um typecast, like typecasting. I think that's the best way to phrase it. There's so much typecasting in entertainment that a regular person who isn't ready for that wouldn't feel comfortable. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable. And they said something along the line of, you know, that when you start out in the business doing a certain thing, you get typecast. They didn't say the word typecast, but you have to end up playing that role. And you've seen that way. And they're constantly looking for the next you. So like I'm going to use celebrity only because I want to talk about it more, but not in the way that they would talk about it. Like, okay, so let me use somebody as a celebrity who I'm kind of familiar with, but not like, you know, like for example, oh man, now I can't remember who I was going to talk about. They just recommended someone that I'm not going to use as an example. Oh, okay. I'm going to talk as an example. Years ago, when I was a teenager, I used to go to the library. I love to read, and I love to read people's biographies. So I go to the library and I find the biography of, they just guessed it, Shelley Winters. Like for a lot of people, people don't remember like the movie Poseidon, something, I forgot the name of it. But she was in a lot of different movies, and that biography, she wrote it. It was so good. So she said when she was starting out in Hollywood, she didn't really look like a sexy, beautiful woman. She's like, her features weren't right. So they just said she shaved her hair back or something like that. But she went blonde. And at the time when you went blonde, you had to cut your hair short because it would break your hair anyway. So when they talk about like hair breakage and things like that, they try to make it seem like only black women go through it, but white women go through it also. But she went blonde. They did some work to her face. They completely changed her look to make her look more like the Hollywood women at the time, but she wasn't that. So she's tried to get like roles where she was like kind of like, you know, like sexy, but they really didn't put her in those roles. But she was funny. Like, and even the way the book is written, she was so funny. So she got stuck playing similar roles and it just wasn't working. And by the time she got more involved in the movie industry, they realized she was funny. She could play different types of roles. And instead of her trying to fight and play like a sexier role or like those kind of blondish women roles, she got cast in roles where she wasn't that, and she ended up doing better. So they mentioned her as an example because I read her biography and they knew that. because years ago, like when you went to the library, you didn't, it wasn't like computerized. You would sign out on books, or you would, you know, it had that, you know, people would know what you read. So it wasn't like a big deal. And plus, at the time when I was reading the biographies, I talked about it. So that's how they would know that. But that's a good example of somebody who was being typecast and who wanted to go into a different role, who ended up getting stuck in her role, but who was talented and funny and could play a, you know, who could grow into the industry. So when they were trying to say like, oh, they thought I would be more like that, like change my look, change my appearance to be an actress or a model or a singer or a dancer or whatever else. Those people really want to do that. It's not like me where it's like, this really isn't for me. So they were talking about it one night recently. And they said, you know, when I worked at the Botanical Garden, a lot of people come in. And one time a professional photographer came in and he wanted to take my picture. And there's a whole story about that they talk about. But they don't know all the details, which is why I may write my own story. But they talked about it. So later on, at some point after that, I went to an acting class, and the person said, buy this newspaper. And I see an ad he advertised in that newspaper with a professional actress as the person. And he listed all the professional actors and models he worked with. And I knew he was legitimate then. And they said, that's part of this. They just said, that's part of this. So at the time when he approached me, I didn't know who he was, but he gave me his card. And by the time later on, I realized he was an actual photographer, not like just a guy at the garden who was hitting on me. And they said, that must have happened to you a lot. I don't know. Anyway, then that changed that. And this is part of what I'm saying. Part of this system was they knew these stories were accurate. They knew these things really happened to me. If I had been interested in doing all this stuff, I would have done it then. I'm not that person. They said their fear is that I'm going to go off, find a guy, and they keep, saying that they think it's a white guy. But I think it's any guy, because there was a problem with black guys in them also. So it's any guy, and live my life that way. That's their fear. That's their fear. The fear is that if you bring a man, around, it's going to be no longer about them. It's going to be about the man. They said that's the most honest thing they've admitted to. Yes. Because you can't have, that's what I'm saying. I would love to know more about targeted individuals in relationships, because you can't be in a relationship and make them the main thing. You have to make your partner the main thing. And the moment I have a partner, they're gone. They're not going to be important. This collapsing right now. Once we all get back to normal, have our own relationship, we have, better things to do than document this, it's going to fall apart. They said it's not falling apart because I was the brand they wanted to monitor this way anyway. So that means if you said you wanted to, means you weren't always doing it. They said this is why they're going to have a lawyer involved in every interaction they have with me. Hopefully, we won't be interacting with each other anymore. It's over. Okay, so guys, I'm going to end this now. I'll probably come back on, but I'm going to end this and go on to do something else. I'm going to upload another video and I will be back live soon. Thank you for listening.